Edwin Diaz that makes $23 million per year as the highest paid relief pitcher in the history of MLB. You questioned earlier in the show why Dave Roberts made the decision to put Edwin Diaz into a game in which the Dodgers led by 9 in the 9th. Let's hear from Doc himself, the manager, the skipper of the Dodgers yesterday, why he decided to put Diaz out there in the bottom of the 9th at Coors.
Yep. Just the same thing. Well, trying to save guys and pitching Alex there, pitching Phillips there, and then getting Edwin in the game to kind of work on some things. And obviously the results weren't good, but I still think that him getting out there pitching major league innings is going to help him. And so, yeah, we're just still working through some things.
3 earned last night in Edwin Diaz's 9th inning, 4 hits, and had 23 pitches. You just heard from Dave Roberts. Pitching major league innings is going to help Edwin Diaz. But if he is pitching those not in a save opportunity and in low leverage spots, do you actually think it is a benefit for Diaz as he works his way back?
No, it was just absolutely senseless to use Diaz last night for a variety of reasons. You hit on the non-save situation of it all. And Edwin Diaz, look, if you're going to give a guy $69 million, I assume you've done your homework and you've done your research. Edwin Diaz historically stinks in non-save situations. Whether you're up by more than 3, I've seen Edwin Diaz blow 4-run leads, or whether you're in a tie game or trailing, Edwin Diaz does not belong in the game unless you are up by 1, 2, or 3. Then factor in the fact that he's struggled mightily lately. And he's going in there, and even though it's a non-save situation, now he's just in his head. Now he's going, I got to get right. I got to get out there and just prove that I can get outs because it's not even a save situation, and I've been so bad lately. And then finally, the Coors Field of it all is just another factor. You put him in that bandbox where your ball's going to move less. Edwin Diaz's fastball is already moving less. It's flat as could be. It's rising less than it did a year ago. It's tailing less than it did a year ago. Oh, by the way, it's slower than it was a year ago when he averaged nearly 98 miles per hour on that fastball. He hit 98 once last night. He hardly hit 97. He was sitting with a flat 96. And in 2026, a flat 96 is more than hittable. So Dave Roberts, who I seldom question because I think he is a terrific manager and terrific leader of men, Dave Roberts did Edwin Diaz a disservice by putting him out there in the 9th inning last night.
9 outings now since his return from the IL. He has allowed an earned run in 6 of those 9. He has allowed a base runner in 8 of the 9. The only clean inning that he has worked without a base runner or a run scored came last week against the Kansas City Royals. 7 2/3 in those 9 appearances. 11 earned runs allowed in total. 3 blown saves, has recorded 3 saves, but the 3 blown saves sticks out like a sore red thumb with a 12.91 ERA. There were so many things to take from last night, like Shohei Ohtani going 4 for 5, his first 4-hit game since the 18-inning thriller in the World Series last postseason. He had 2 home runs. He now has 138 home runs in his first 3 years with the Dodgers, 4th most by any player in Major League Baseball history in their first 3 seasons with a team. Max Muncy continues to rake. 3 home runs in his last 5, a 3-run bomb last night in the top of the 3rd. Freddie Freeman, extra base knocks. Andy Pages, multiple RBIs. He has a ribby now in 3 of the last 4. But there were the struggles of Diaz, the struggles of Kyle Tucker. And it's also a really interesting conversation, Joe, because when you look at Kyle Tucker, the struggles have reached a point where it is so clearly mental, where he is in his own head so much that he cannot just perform on the baseball diamond. The question has to be asked, what is better for Tucker? Holding him out of the lineup so he can get mentally right, or letting him play, continue to struggle, but work through those issues?
So Kyle Tucker's not going to get mentally right if you bench him for a day or two. That's only going to take a blow to his ego and a blow to his mentality. What Kyle Tucker needs is an IL stint and a sports psychologist. He needs a prolonged absence from this lineup and from playing day to day. And unfortunately, I would love to say take him out of the field, DH him for a few days, but with Shohei Ohtani, you're handicapped, you're strapped. You can't DH anyone else. So Kyle Tucker needs to be off the field entirely because now not only is his offense hurting you, but he, all of a sudden, a former Gold Glove winner, is a defensive liability out there. He only got charged for 1 error in the last 2 games. Make no mistake about it. it, he's made 2. That was a very hometown score, not ruling the fly ball that dropped off of his glove Sunday in error. He's done this in back-to-back games now. He's 0 for his last 24. It's mid-August. You can get away with putting him on the IL for 2 weeks. Say he slept funny. Say he woke up with a stiff neck. Say he fell getting out of the shower in his hotel room in Denver. Put him on the injured list for 2 weeks. Get the best sports psychologists in Los Angeles. God knows there's a million of them out here in a room with him, and let Kyle Tucker figure it the hell out, because he's not doing it at the dish. He's not doing it on the field, so he needs to do it off the field.
The main storyline I think you and I set up for this series at Coors, because of the hitter-friendly environment that atmosphere at altitude presents, was the Dodgers getting back on track. The first time they have scored double-digit runs in a game since July 2nd against the Padres. Just their second time in the second half since the end of their series against the Phillies, scoring more than 6 runs in a single game. So the offense came through. Storyline number 1, check. With the struggles for Tucker and maybe Edwin Diaz if we saw him continue, also check. So many storylines for the Dodgers. We haven't even discussed Blake Snell going out there for 6 innings of solid work, allowing only 2 base knocks and a single earned run. That was kind of his fault because he had 3 free passes, 3 walks ushered up to start off the 3rd inning, but still limited that to only 1 run for the Rockies. Blake Snell in his 2 starts since returning from the injured list, his first 2 starts since early May, has been lights out. He has been the dominant ace as a 2-time Cy Young winning pitcher that you would hope that we haven't necessarily seen from Tarek Skubal, who has been good, but not nearly as elite as Blake Snell's stuff in these last 2 starts.
I think right now, if the postseason was to start tomorrow, Snell's your number 2, Skubal's your number 3, with Yoshi getting the ball game 1. I mean, you can't go based off reputation with this stuff. By the way, they both have a pair of Cy Youngs. Skubal's just more recently than Snell, but I think right now you trust Blake Snell more than Tarek Skubal. I've seen nothing but dominance and nothing but greatness from Snell coming off an IL stint where I thought he would need a bit of an acclimation period. He has not.
And in terms of pitching in a postseason spot in a Dodger uniform, of course, you've seen a lot more from Blake Snell in those significant spots. We will set the stage for Game 2 at Coors Field between the Rockies and the Dodgers up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
Wrong. The Dodgers did so nothing wrong. In fact, the Dodgers, I'll actually go a step further. They're the only ones that did anything right in this entire situation, because the Dodgers get their hand on Tarek Skubal for giving up 3 prospects. Now, are they bad prospects? No. In fact, they're good prospects, but they sure as hell are not the prospects that are end-all, be-all that should have gotten this done. I couldn't believe the lack of haul that just came in for this price. So just so we're all clear, 3 prospects go over to the Detroit Tigers from the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they are the following. Zaire Hope, who is the Dodgers' number 5 prospect, followed by River Ryan, the Dodgers' number 10 prospect, and Brady Smith, a pitcher who is also their number 17 prospect. The Dodgers still have 7 prospects in Major League Baseball's top 100 list. They didn't even have to give away any of their top 4 prospects to get their hands on Tarek Skubal. And to the point where, if this was all it took, explain to me why anyone's mad at the Dodgers. Because if you're a fan of another team right now, you should be pissed at your team that you didn't. If you're a Milwaukee Brewers fan, you should be screaming at Matt Arnold, their GM. You should be furious that they did nothing. If you're a Rays fan, the Rays just gave up arguably like the same exact haul that the Dodgers just did to get Freddie Peralta, who's got like a 6 ERA this season out of the New York Mets. You're telling me they couldn't get this done? Throw an extra prospect in there. You're the Rays. You got endless prospects. Do something. I have no sympathy for anyone in baseball, and sure as hell no fan in baseball that's complaining about this, because this was a more than a fair asking price, and there are many, many more layers to break down. But I just want to start with that. Everyone that's complaining and moaning that the Dodgers are ruining baseball, no. It's not one team ruining baseball. It's the other 29 teams that are currently ruining baseball.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I give giveaways.
Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Or
Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because it's Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Stay away from the Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah,
names.
I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once as a very aggressive reporter march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So you
good.
interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on
What
Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go with the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Yeah.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know, so I'll
weird.
just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just? There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did? What did he
give me
tell
the-
you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier.
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9
But-
seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his
You're
catcher,
right.
get it together. And then
Right.
the catcher after the game was like, "You right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault."
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't.
Welcome back to D. Fish and Decker. Bright and early on this Tuesday morning, still here in Los Angeles. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. A man that used to throw a very mean splitter back during his college playing days on the bump. That's Joe Cirallo. I am Ben Stevens. I'm not sure what Eric Lauer's best pitch is, but I do know that in the 11 appearances he has made as a Los Angeles Dodgers, the Dodgers themselves have won 10 of those 11 games. They are hoping to make it 11 of 12 tonight as Eric Lauer will start game number 12 of his Dodger career in Coors Field against Ryan Feltner on the other side for the Rockies. Joe, I think the natural call is here for the Dodgers, who played at 11 runs last night, to continue the offensive momentum at Coors Field. Do you believe it will continue tonight against Feltner?
I do think it will. Now, I wouldn't expect Eric Lauer to be as dominant as he's been thus far in his Dodger tenure, but I think the combination of the bats waking up yesterday, plus Lauer's going out there cocky as hell every time he takes the bump, and that's a great thing to see from a guy who, he told this team he was being shopped around going into the trade deadline August 3rd, and he said, no matter what my role is, I want to remain a Dodger. And right now, between question marks to the health of some of these pitchers and the performance of some others, Eric Lauer, who was, I guess, kind of in most people's minds, a forgotten piece of this playoff roster construction, he's pitching his way into, I think, a spot on a postseason roster. And you talk about his best pitch, I would say it's that cutter. I mean, he throws a really nice cutter. Overall, his fastball usage over 50% when you combine the four-seamer and the cutter.
Yeah.
But the cutter is really what jams righties, and that cutter changeup combo is really, really good.
Eric Lauer had a really bad start in Wrigley against the Cubs. Allowed 6 earned, 11 hits, got knocked around. Bounced back last week against the Royals. There was a fear, at least for me, that like what we have seen with Justin Robleski was going to continue for Eric Lauer. Maybe Cinderella's glass slipper put back on as the clock has struck midnight. Not the case for Lauer last week against the Royals. He is 6-1 in a Dodger uniform with a 3.48 ERA. He is coming off his longest outing as a Dodger, 112 pitches last week inside Dodger Stadium against KC, 6 1/3, only a single earned run allowed, and for just the second time in the 11 appearances he has made in Los Angeles, he did not allow a home run. Eric Lauer has a very high fly ball rate, 52.5% just a few weeks ago, Joe. So if the ball is hit against him up in the air at altitude, that could be a cause for concern tonight in Colorado. It is why Eric Lauer, during his time at Coors Field, is 1-6 with a 10.43 ERA in the 8 starts that he has made in Denver. That could be concerning, maybe not nearly as dominant as Blake Snell was last night against the Rockies, but you are hoping that if Eric Lauer is allowing some runs tonight, the Dodger offense is good to go. Do you think it is just a Coors Field thing that LA scored 11 runs last night, or do you believe that Coors Field can be that amphitheater to continue the offensive momentum?
No, I think this Coors Field trip was necessary, but it can absolutely propel this team to continued offensive success once they leave. Don't forget, for the majority of the season, the first 4 months of the year, this was in almost every statistical category the second best offense in baseball, behind, surprise, surprise, the Washington Nationals, who are, they were in it at the trade deadline. Now they're no longer in the National League playoff race. But the Dodgers in runs per game have dropped from second on July 30th to now fourth in baseball. And you might say, well, fourth is great. Fourth is still really high. That's a big drop. When you have 4 months worth of a body of work that has you second best in baseball, and then just 2 weeks later, you drop from second to fourth, that tells you it has been a really stale 2 weeks of offense for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Very much so.
But I do think that Coors Field, the trip there is exactly what the doctor ordered. And then you come home for 3 more. It's a quick road trip. You go to Coors for 3, come home for 3 with the Pittsburgh Pirates, and then you go back on the road. So I think the Rockies and the Pirates, who are just reeling lately, Pittsburgh is, I think that's a good back-to-back for the Dodgers to kind of get in a groove, get used to winning again. It sounds silly, but you have to, after you hit the skids, you have to get used to winning again, and then they can go to Atlanta from there and keep things moving.
The Braves lost last night, by the way, in Minnesota. 74-51 is the record for Atlanta. The Dodgers victorious at Coors, 75-51. So now by a half game, the Dodgers back into that 2 spot in the National League playoff bracket.
However, the way things stand right now, Atlanta came here in May and took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers.
Indeed.
So the Dodgers need to go to Atlanta and return the favor because the National League is tightly contested up top. And if there's a tiebreaker for that second seed for the bye, you don't want to be the team that loses that tiebreaker and has to play in the 3-6.
The Dodgers would have to win that series even to get a season series split at 3 games all. A sweep in Atlanta would give the Dodgers the tiebreaker advantage if it needs to happen against the Atlanta Braves. So when we look at this offense that had not scored more than 6 runs since the series finale of their second set in the second half against the Philadelphia Phillies, maybe it doesn't have to be 11 runs plated tonight at Coors, but just maybe 6+ for this Los Angeles team, and it could be necessary given Eric Lauer's struggles on the road at Coors Field. But he's been very good in Dodger blue. 11 appearances, 10 wins for the Dodgers. Before we go back to the Buss family drama and the potential sale of the Buss family stakes in the Los Angeles Lakers, I do want your opinion on this thing. You and I were texting last night because Shohei Ohtani, 4 of 5, 2 home runs, 3 RBIs. First 4-hit game since the 18-inning thriller in game number 3 of the 2025 World Series. There was a moment when he hit that second home run, the 2-run shot that was absolutely incinerated to straightaway center that traveled 452 feet. It felt like, Shohei Ohtani. That's the National League MVP for a third straight season. And then Pete Crow Armstrong happened last night in Chicago. Hit a home run in his leadoff at-bat for the Cubbies, and in the rivalry series at Wrigley against the White Sox, he hit a walk-off home run in extras as well. The first player in more than 15 years in MLB to have a leadoff and walk-off home run in the same game.
Was that last one former D-back Chris Young?
Potentially.
Is he the last? Oh,
We'd have to,
you just
I
know
only
his
saw
first...
I only saw the stat for PCA, not the history that was necessary to actually record that stat. Bad research by me.
Chris Young was a baller, man. That guy could play.
Let me ask you, National League MVP right here, right now. Pete Crow Armstrong, Shohei Ohtani with just over a month left in the regular season.
It's a good time to pose the question because this is a dead pick'em right now in the odds boards. They're even right now atop this race. And I'm sorry, Los Angeles, but right now on August the 18th, my vote does go towards Pete Crow Armstrong. And here's the deal. Shohei Ohtani, we know the term five-tool player. Ohtani takes that to new heights because he is a unicorn, right? He's a two-way player trumps a five-tool player. But right now, you're only getting one-way Ohtani. And he's about 7 weeks removed from taking the mound. And unless he gets back on the mound and does so efficiently and effectively, that is going to hurt him in this race. When PCA is going out there each and every day and not only putting up nearly identical offensive numbers to Ohtani, matching everything he's doing with the bat, but he's also running to the tune of a 30-30 season before September 1st.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani put up a 50-50 campaign 2 years ago, but he hasn't swiped a bag since before Memorial Day. And I'm sorry, that's problematic in this awards race argument. And then you throw in PCA playing Gold Glove defense. Dare I say potentially on his way to a Platinum Glove in the National League as the premier defender regardless of position. And when Shohei's not pitching, not playing defense, PCA doing this every day and doing it at an elite level, in my opinion, gives him the edge right now in the MVP race. Plus one final thing.
Yeah.
Voter fatigue is very real.
Very much.
And the voters might want a change of scenery, and they might be propelled to vote PCA because of that.
And if Shohei Ohtani was winning National League MVP, not playing in the field, and this year if he was going to win a third consecutive because of what he was doing on the mound, but that thing that kind of was the differentiation key was him pitching, and that now has not been a thing for Shohei Ohtani since July 3rd, about a month and a half, then that could be a great equalizer for Pete Crow Armstrong to take over the reins. We heard a lot of dings as you were breaking down the PCA case for NL MVP. It sounds like a certain producer, Raj, believes that Pete Crow Armstrong should win National League MVP as well.
Well, I've been on this for a minute, even when he was number 2. And there's another thing voters have, and that's recency bias.
Yeah.
And they haven't seen Ohtani pitch since July 3rd, I want to say.
July 3rd against the Padres.
7 weeks we're going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's another thing. And then I love the power speed combo, and that's what Ohtani used to have. I couldn't have said it any better myself, Joe. You said everything. That's why I just put the mic away. But 7 stolen bases, like one since the weather's been over 80 degrees. Like it's been a minute, man.
Yep.
And but the defense alone, just that Pete Crow's having, I want Ohtani to go down as one of the best evers, but you got to give it to Pete Crow Armstrong right now, unless Ohtani goes on a tear or gets back on the mound.
And by the way, let's be very clear. Shohei Ohtani is the best baseball player of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, what he's done has not been done before. And I feel like people are going to twist this because last week I echoed a similar sentiment and I had people coming at, Ohtani is a better baseball player than Pete Crow Armstrong. Ohtani is the best baseball player of all time, guys. But what I'm saying is that in 2026, Pete Crow Armstrong should be your National League MVP the way things fall today.
It's starting to break that way for PCA. I would just say this in defense quickly of Shohei Ohtani. Since the start of the series against the Mariners, he has a .360 batting average. He has a .205 WRC+, which is tied for second best in Major League Baseball, and a 1.155 OPS, the best in the sport. 7 home runs and 17 RBIs in that 3-week span as well. We will continue breaking everything down here on D-Fish and Decker with some closing thoughts on the other side of the break on the Bus family saga and the drama, and we want to hear from you. 855-975-2326. Get your voices involved in the conversation before we go. Up next on D-Fish and Decker.
Get away from the cat. And some of these trash.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts, of course, those first couple weeks hope.
In a world where you can book a trip anywhere, one man booked a trip to Hawaii in the middle of a goddamn hurricane. The one and only Cody Decker.
I heard rumor has that he slept out there.
So, Cody, do you think it's just bad luck, or is it just a sign of the time that your first vacation in more than a year comes in the middle of Hurricane Lila?
One, I would appreciate this hostile work environment to calm down just a tick. This is my first time I've been not working in a full year, and I walked it right into, as Raj put it very, very eloquently, into a goddamn hurricane. And yes, this has been nuts. Absolutely nuts over here. But listen, the weather has calmed down a little bit. We are better. We are better. We are better. It was humid as hell, though.
Who had a better weekend? Cody Decker out in Hawaii or Kyle Tucker inside Dodger Stadium?
Well, I got to tell you, I would say it's Kyle Tucker, and I'll tell you why. He didn't have to watch Kyle Tucker the way I had to watch Kyle Tucker this last weekend in a hurricane. It was awful. He was awful at the plate, 0 for 17. He was awful in the field. Now, granted, a tough play towards the right field wall, but, buddy, we're paying $60 million a year. Run into a goddamn wall every once in a while.
We were up 24 points at the half, I think, or in the second
No,
quarter.
that was game 5, right? In LA?
So much
No,
trash.
that was game 4.
But that was game 4. Okay.
When we had a chance to tie the series up 2-2.
Right.
And, we got up big early. And I think they cut it to maybe 18 at the half after being up 24. The reason why it's so hurtful is when I checked out of the game in the third quarter, we were up by 13 points. And by the time I checked back in the game, and I don't coach the team, so by the time I checked back into the game, we're down by 5.
Oh,
so we were minus 18.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here watching us lose this lead.
Oh, it must be frustrating.
And that was like the one time. I was always a guy that did what the coach asked me to do. But that was the one time I almost went and checked myself back in the game.
I heard that.
I wish you did, man. I wish you did. Once again, Edwin Diaz doing his Edwin Diaz thing. And here's the thing. I am a fan of Edwin Diaz. I think he's a very solid pitcher. And yes, if you look at his career numbers, he has elite closer metrics. He absolutely does. High leverage innings, shutdown innings. He holds the record. Tides hold the record for most saves in a single season. In fact, when he did it in 2018 with the Mariners. But I've also seen full year collapses on this guy. And I'm talking multi-year. We saw it with the Mets twice, by the way. We also saw the injured year that he had with the Mets. Now he's over here with the Dodgers, and he's been very shaky from Jump Street, before even the microneedling surgery even had. I have not been quiet that I didn't like this deal. In fact, the Dodgers made 2 very big deals this last offseason in Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. I didn't like either deal. It comes to fruition that both of these guys happen to be the biggest struggle bust players on the Dodgers, both on the pitching side and the offensive side. So it's a little frustrating to see. I do hear the people kind of pointing the finger at Dave Roberts, saying, why are you throwing him back out there? However, we saw him have a very, very efficient 12-pitch inning earlier this week. However, you can't be blowing saves to the Brewers this late in the season. You just can't. So the way I see it, I think an adjustment does need to be made. It's just hard to justify considering how much you're paying this guy. The Dodgers a few years back had an outfielder named Andrew Coles, a good, solid player they got from the Rays organization. Smaller guy, fast, speedy, can really just play. And he played for the Dodgers on and off for a couple of years. And there were rumors about the guy that he was wired a little differently, like really wired a little differently, and the Dodgers had to kind of keep tabs on type of thing. Well, after he left baseball, he kind of went off the deep end, ended up being homeless in a car, and the Dodgers found out about it. So the Dodgers have been signing him to a contract every year, but it's only to get him health insurance, so he's getting his mental health taken care of. That is just the Dodgers doing that out of the kindness of their heart, and that is a really awesome thing, just because he was one of their guys. As a guy that played professional baseball for a lot of years, I've never seen an organization do that for a guy.
ESPN is posting this incorrectly. They are putting a fractured leg. Oh, it's a microfracture. Micro is a key word there. Can you play on a microfracture?
Yeah, I've played on a complete ruptured, fractured, stress fracture.
I played with a completely torn UCL and shoulder and a broken toe in 2 places.
Cody, you have multiples in games?
Multiple. Yeah, no, and I no, they never took me out of a game because I am a badass.
The family feud is on between the Buss family and if they are going to sell their minority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers. Jeannie Buss says no. The 5 of her other siblings say yes. It is time to sell the team. It is time to make a lot of money. And we have heard here on D. Fish and Decker on this Tuesday morning from both sides out there in Los Angeles. The fight seems to be on as well. Do you want the Buss family to stay a part of this organization and its ownership group? Do you want to embark on a new era? So, Joe Serralo, I ask you, whose side are you on? Jeannie Buss's or the other 5 Buss kids?
The other 5 Buss siblings say that they're trying to exit gracefully from Lakers ownership. Ben, what they're doing is trying to exit greedily. This is all out of spite for their sister because their fragile egos can't handle that Jeannie Buss runs this organization better than any of the 5 of them could dream of. And especially Jim Buss, who earlier in the 2010s was the head of basketball operations for this team while Jeannie handled the business side and led their basketball operations to the tune of failing to win 30 games for 4 straight years. She's not trying to cut her brother out. When she fired him, it was because he said he would exit on his own terms if the Lakers didn't appear in a conference championship. They didn't win 30 games. Jim Buss is a disaster. Jim Buss doesn't know how to run an organization like his father or his sister, and he can't live with that. So he's trying to, out of spite, get his sister out of Lakers ownership, out of her position as governor of the team for the next 4 years, and the Lakers' best chance is with Jeannie Buss, not with any of the other 5 Busses who don't belong anywhere near their father's organization.
5 of the 6 Buss kids are voting to sell the team. Jeannie Buss is basically saying via her lawyer, there cannot be a vote because I am the controlling owner and I have the final say. There is bad, bitter blood between the Buss family that dates back more than 10, 15 years. When Jeannie Buss took over for her father as the acting governor of the Lakers, the overseer of business operations, and her brother Jim was the head of basketball ops, as Joe just mentioned. And she fired, that being Jeannie, fired Jim in 2017, along with GM Mitch Kupchak, for a difference in opinion on how to run this basketball organization. And there was a court ruling back in 2017 after Jim and his older brother Johnny tried to get Jeannie out of that controlling ownership stake. She is trying to use that court precedent in 2017 to retain ownership, 17.8% of the Los Angeles Lakers, under the purview of the Buss Family Trust. And what Joe just laid out right there is how Los Angeles feels. This is not the majority stake anymore. That belongs, after confirmation, to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. This is the 17.8% that remains under the Buss family. That is the legacy of the Buss family. The Lakers are the Buss family. The Buss family is the Los Angeles Lakers. And will what Dr. Jerry Buss set up in his family trust to try to avoid this chaos and drama in bitter ways be the very thing that leads to the end of Buss ownership of the Los Angeles Lakers? And as a Laker fan, how do you feel about it? Do you want this new era, or do you feel like you only know the Lakers with the Buss family, so you want them to hold on to it for as long as possible?
And I laugh at how this is even a discussion. With Jim Buss, what did you have? You had 4 seasons where your peak was 28 wins. You had Luke Walton at the helm. You had D'Angelo Russell. You had Timofey Mozgov. You had Swaggy P with Jim Buss. With Jeannie, you have Rob Pelinka. And you had LeBron. And you had a championship and a trade for Luka. This is a no-brainer, non-discussion. Jeannie Buss is continuing her father's legacy. Jim Buss was crapping on it.
And that legacy will continue if Jeannie Buss gets her way. And with that 17.8% can remain the acting governor of the Los Angeles Lakers. And as Bob Iger said, nothing will change until something changes. And they'll see how the ownership continues to play out. It has been an awesome morning of Laker conversation here on D. Fish and Decker. A spirited and passionate one. And Laker coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Of course, we will continue to hear from you. It is 855-975-2326. Even as we go, Brock and Alex is up next, and I can guarantee you that the biggest story in Los Angeles sports is the Bus family drama, and if they are going to sell their minority stake still in the Los Angeles Lakers. And there will be a preview of the Los Angeles Dodgers in game number 2 tonight at Coors against the Colorado Rockies. It is time for us now here, before we go on D. Fish and Decker, to play one of our favorites. It is the Final Out.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
Yes, that's right, gentlemen. It is time for the final out, and you guys mentioned it earlier how much you love fantasy football. So let's do a final out on some fantasy football.
Oh, no.
According to ESPN's rankings. Okay. PPR, do you guys know what that means?
Yep.
PPR?
Points per reception. We
All
got
right,
that.
there you go. Oh, shoot, y'all are some experts. Okay.
Check out the big brain on Brett.
This is their top 10 rankings for PPR. Now, I will give you a hint, and I feel like you probably need it. In PPR and standard, it's not a super flex. No quarterback is going to be in the top 10.
Yeah.
So these are the top 10 picks, and they're all running back and receivers. I'll give you another hint. So no tight ends there. So, champ, that's right. That's you, Ben.
Thank you.
Give me somebody.
All right, let's start at who I hope is number 1, Jahmyr Gibbs of the Detroit Lions.
Bonus points for you. He is numero uno,
Yeah,
number 1.
That was going to be my first.
Uh-huh.
Let's go with a receiver. Let's go Jamar Chase.
He is the
Cincinnati.
first receiver, but he is number 3 on the list. So
Okay.
it's okay. He's still in the top 10. You're doing fine, boy. You're doing all right.
All right.
The way he said "but," I thought he was going to say, "But he's
I was a
number
little
11
bit
or
scared.
something." Yeah,
A little bit scared as well. A guy that we have mentioned often who had 413 touches to lead the NFL last year, Christian McCaffrey.
CMC, getting up there in age. He's 30. Number 6 on the list.
Goodness.
Yeah.
What a pause for dramatic effect there.
The suspense is it's killing me.
I hope the TV caught that look on your face.
Got very nervous.
All right, we got to go with the guy who led the league in rushing a year ago, who was also an effective part of the passing game in Buffalo, James Cook III.
You said that with confidence. James Cook III, who did lead the league and everything like that. Uh-oh. I am sorry, friend. We have a repeat champion.
Wow.
What?
James Cook is not up there.
He led the league in rushing, and he's not top 10?
I know, but he's not even the best scorer on his team, really. That's the quarterback, Josh
See,
Allen.
And now we play the game to highlight Los Angeles. Joe, a native of Long Island in New York, was going to have Jay-Z if he was crowned the champion, but back-to-back days on the final out. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I didn't do much
Good
today.
job.
Yesterday we went basically down the entirety of the list. But
Well, number 2, the other running back, super running back, rushing, receiving. Not on a good team.
Bijan Robinson.
Bijan
Bijan,
Robinson
yeah.
just got paid. He's
And I was
number
between
2.
Bijan and
He's
Cook,
number
and
2.
I saved Bijan.
How can you guys do radio in LA and not pick a guy from
Hold
LA?
on, that was going to be my next
Puka.
one, Raj.
Puka is the second receiver off the board at
That was
number
not
4.
what
You
I
were
was
gonna
going
say Kyren
I was going to say
Williams.
Kyren Williams.
No, that would have been wrong. Kyron is not in there.
Disagree.
Another receiver in the NFC West.
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
All right, that's number 5. This is, of course, ESPN's PPR ranking for
Saquon and
fantasy
Derrick Henry
football.
have to be up there both, right?
Is the king? Neither?
No. Running back Jonathan Taylor, who had a
Neither Saquon.
I can't believe Saquon's not there.
receiver in Detroit.
Amon-Ra.
Yes, he's always up there.
Kind of surprised.
Is Justin Jefferson there? Are they
No,
scared
remember
about
because he fell off last year after that. So he is 11th, 12th, I believe. There's another receiver here. There's no hands. Hell, he plays for Dallas. CD Lamb. They're going to put up
What about
points.
Achan? Would Achan have made that list?
Number 10 was Achan because he's the only show in town in Miami. He's the only way they're
He's
going
ahead of James Cook?
Yeah.
I hear your points. I mean, I thought at least,
I mean,
at worst,
Saquon-
like 7 or 8.
Yeah.
You know?
Because Cook is also a viable part of their passing game. Like I don't love
For
their
sure.
receiving core in Buffalo. That's why I went with him. That's wild.
For what it's worth, I agree.
For what it's worth, James Cook is number 12, so you're
Okay.
not way off. And
Wasn't
Justin
terrible.
Jefferson was 11.
11.
So, yeah. So
Where
there you
is
go.
Kyren? Is Kyren even on that list, Raj?
Yeah,
Did
he's
see him?
he's considered like the last tier of a number 1 running back, so he'll be further down. And there's word that Corum, who's the rookie?
Blake
Corum,
Corum,
the
yeah.
second-year guy.
Yeah.
They keep thinking he's going to eat into
Start to
his
go into it.
workload, but they've
little
been
bit.
thinking that for a while.
Yeah.
So there you go.
You know who was 4th in targets last year on the Los Angeles Rams?
4th in targets?
Targets.
So Puka, Adams, obviously your top 2.
Yeah. It's my own little bit of final out for you.
Who's
Trivia.
your fourth? No.
Tight end.
Kyron Williams was number 4.
Oh.
Was number 4 in targets last year.
Wow, I was thinking like Higbee.
More than,
or-
I think, 50 targets, something like that. Colby Parkinson was number 3.
Parkinson, yeah.
Colby Parkinson caught 8 touchdowns last year.
What
This
did,
year,
what
it's
did,
Terrence
what did
Ferguson's
Havenstein
year.
call him? 6'11"?
Colby Parkinson?
Yeah.
Was he taught?
He's 6'7".
He was going with 14 personnel.
Yeah.
That would be 1 running back, 4 tight ends, a quarterback, and the entirety of
And
the
he was
offensive
talking
line.
about all the guys, and he goes, "Yeah, Colby Parkinson's 6'11", because dude's 6'7" out there. It's a hell of a target to have, huh?
That would be really fun, I think, for an offensive lineman to stand next to 2 tight ends on either side of you, and you go with 14 personnel and establish the run here in LA.
Remember, you informed us on how tall Thanos was.
8'3", right?
Although I did see that in the 8'3" in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, 6'7", not going to do the thing, 6'7" in the original comic books, of which then I think Luka probably gives him the business in
At
one-on-one.
6'7", Luka might.
Yeah.
But, Thanos is rock solid. Luka's a little chubby.
What do you think Luka Doncic is thinking today? You think he's happy with what the last 6 days have
I
looked
think
like as a
Luka's
Laker?
on a beach right now. I don't think he's paying much attention.
I hope so.
Luka strikes me as a guy, you know how some people take their work with them?
Yeah.
Luka strikes me as a guy who
For
checks
sure.
out.
I really hope that if the Lakers are in Slovenia now, where Luka invited them to spend part of this offseason, they're just kicking back for the next 2 months and enjoying before they get back for training camp in early October.
That's got to be a disappointing off-season destination. Wouldn't you rather be in Saint-Tropez with Wemby?
I heard my family friends are going to Albania. Apparently the beaches of Albania are starting to become a big hit in Europe.
That would scare me a little bit.
Me
I don't
too.
know, yeah.
I've watched a lot of movies where Albanians are not
I
presented
will stick to the
in the
Bay
kindest
of
light.
Naples.
He's Joe Serralo. I'm Ben Stevens. Thank you for joining us here on D, Fish, and Decker. Up next on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, it's Brock and Alex. We'll see you tomorrow, LA.
Christian and all the former Team USA members nationally, do they owe Christian an apology?
Does Landon Donovan, Tim Howard, and all of those people who have called out his lack
Lori.
of performance? Oh yeah, did she owe him an apology too? No, no one owes him an apology. And here's the thing: I don't dislike Christian Pulisic. It's just I have been spending the last 5 years being told that this guy is the one that's going to take American soccer to the next level. Based on what I've seen now in 2 World Cups from the guy, and him no-showing the Gold Cup with his first opportunity to play with Poch, and now all the reports around, and as much as I want to say they're sources and unverified, Landon Donovan's the one out talking about Christian Pulisic's camp and how he's been handling the press and how it's been a problem for Team USA.
Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? You know, we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. I felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have, think I got it and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and like now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. Jay Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them a true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically, and then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good care of it.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees.
What's up, Los Angeles? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez in for Alex Curry alongside Broquinho. He's such a crack that I said, we can't just call him Brock. Brock sounds nice, but Broquinho. Now that adds another dimension of level and crackism, as we call them in football, man. You have one name like a Brazilian soccer player, Papa, you're good. All right?
While I don't think I'm worthy, I will happily accept, sir. I will.
All right, so much to talk about. I know that yesterday we were very much the breaking news network. I mean, as things were happening and developing, so much to talk about. The novela has taken a different turn, and I'm talking about Los Lakers También Lloran novela. It's been a crazy 24 hours. But first, let's kind of take you through this. So the NBA, because the Clippers also, we got to bring them into the mix.
Yes, we do.
Reportedly did not find any evidence that Steve Ballmer directly funneled payments to Kawhi Leonard. So we got an update on all of that stuff. Obviously, you don't forget, you can watch Brock and Alex live and subscribe on youtube.com at The Fan LA, so you can jump in with us. So we're going to hit the Clippers and the Clipper topic in a little while. But the hot topic, and the guys, I mean, they just left. I mean, the mics are still, the room's still buzzing from the phone calls and the reactions of Laker fans, Lakers ownership. If you're just joining or you were on another part of the planet and all of a sudden you're plugging back in, Brock, for those that weren't kind of following the news over these last 24 hours, on Monday, it was reported that the Buss family agreed to sell its remaining 17.8 stake in the Lakers to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner as part of that transition, right, for Mark Walters' ownership group. But Jeannie says, tranquilo, hold on a second, not so fast.
Yes, so I did not realize how many people may not have understood the beef that has been going on. It started off as kind of a Cold War. Now it's just an all-out war among the Buss siblings. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take about 90 seconds to 2 minutes here and just break down the sibling rivalry, because it is, well, if you watched all 4 seasons of Succession on HBO, congratulations, you're all caught up. But that is essentially what's happening here
I do.
with the Lakers.
So
all right, here we go. Here we go.
Dale.
So 1979, Jerry Buss buys the Lakers. He establishes the Buss Family Trust with his kids Jeannie, Jim, Johnny, Janie, Joey, and Jesse. Jerry Buss passes on in 2013, and he assigns Jeannie in his will to basically be the face of things and take over. In 2017, after a couple down years for the Lakers, Jeannie fires her brother Jim as VP of Basketball Operations. Jim teams up with brother Johnny to try and unseat Jeannie, and they fail. As recently as this past November, brothers Joey and Jesse, the 2 youngest, who this may become relevant later, are from a different marriage than all of the other siblings. They had a role in the front office, but in November, Jeannie fires brothers Joey and Jesse from their positions as well. It does not go over well, and now Jeannie has pissed off every single one of her brothers. The Lakers decide to sell a majority ownership stake in the Buss family decides to sell the majority ownership stake to Mark Walter. And Mark Walter promised Jeannie that she would stay on as governor post-sale. Reportedly, even in the sale from Walter to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, that was still part of the agreement that Jeannie would still be seating as governor. Joey and Jesse leak a statement to Shams Charania saying that the Buss family, including Jeannie, are selling their stake to Iger and Kushner as well, that they will exit gracefully. According to the trust, though, Jeannie is still the shot caller, and any sale of more than 15% of the stake, because you have to have 15% of the stake in order to still be governor, can't go through without her approval. So that is where we sit now. Of course, we shared the statement that the Buss family shared via Shams yesterday. When we got off the air, Jeannie more or less said, my lawyers are ready to go to war if you want to go to war, and that's where we stand now.
It's incredible. The call-in number, 855-97, LA Fan, 855-975-2326. I know you want to get in on this, all morning long. It's been the topic in Lakerlandia, and it's been pretty divided from what I understand.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying, hey, you know what, let's just move on. And many are like, but I'm a hardcore. I need a Buss name attached to the Laker brand forever. That's the only way it's going to feel right to me. So when you look at this, right, how awkward does this become if the 5 other, Buss siblings all want their money and want out? And then we look at, and I'm not somebody that practices law, but from what we've seen in the past and in family-type situations, in fact, in this situation, from what I understand, they're going to need everybody to be on board or it doesn't happen. Mm-hmm. So Jeannie saying, no, I'm not in. I don't agree with any of this. Then you look at the body of work, Brock, and you think, okay, who's done more for the Laker brand over these last, 10 years, if you want to look at it that way. Obviously, Jeannie's been there trying to maintain her father's legacy the best she can. I know that the younger brothers, right, they've always been part of the scouting. They've always been involved. They love the Lakers. That whole family loves the Lakers. Janie Buss, one of the sweetest people in the Laker family. She just, she just is part of the whole entire ecosystem of Lakers, and very nice person. Jeannie's a great person, but then, and Jim, of course, but when they're kind of in the same, it's like, again, back to the novela. You mentioned Succession, HBO. I know we have a lot of Mexican novelas that are literally about this subject. It's like, la corporación, no, tú quieres no, tú estuviste mal. Like the whole entire thing, it just goes off, man. It goes off the rails. But the question, I think, for a lot of people is, do you even care who wins this fight? That's the question, because right now, Laker fans are like, wait a minute. Now, we've been going through it for these last few months. We want to move on. We want to know that it's about what's going on the court. Luka, this is a team. The window might be till 2030, 2029. Let's get some championships under Luka here, but you can't get to the basketball process as a Laker fan until this sort of gets resolved, the dust settles. So the question is, whose side are you on? What do you prefer happen in Lakerland? Is Jeannie somebody you want to have to maintain that controlling interest, be the governor? Or maybe Bob Iger and maybe Josh Kushner are saying, hey, we're glad this is playing out because we kind of wanted to take control ourselves, but we were also respecting the legacy. So many moving parts still and developing, Brock, and we don't even know where this is going to go next in the next few hours.
Yes, it is sloppy and messy family business making its way to the public, and of course, halting a sale. The Lakers, just as a organization, want to get to that next chapter. They entered the LeBron sweepstakes, sort of, but not really. He went elsewhere. This is Luka's team. They brought it. They spent a lot of money and traded to get guys in that are ready to be built around Luka. Everyone got their marching orders. This is what the offense is going to look like. This is how we're going to play. And everyone was ready for the next chapter to start. And it feels like that next chapter can't start until this whole thing gets figured out. Why there has to be a sense of urgency, you bring up Luka. Yes, Luka, from everything that he said, he wants to be a Laker. From what we understand, he loves living in Manhattan Beach and the LA lifestyle and all of that, and he's grown accustomed to it. But at the end of the 2027 season, so not this season, but next season, Luka can opt out. So we need to figure out a way to make sure everything is settled. Luka's entire career has been about change. The amount of coaches, the amount of GMs, Mavs ownership changed under him, and he just wants stability. So if the Lakers, if this thing gets dragged out, and as we know, lawsuits in general can get dragged out, but when you're talking billions of dollars, these things can take years sometimes. And we cannot be in a situation where we're sitting here in summer 2028 and Luka says, you know what? I'm just going somewhere else. I just want stability. The Lakers were supposed to provide that, and they did not. So that's why the sense of urgency has to be there. In regards of answering your question regarding who do I hope wins, I hope that the Buss family remains attached to the Lakers. We spoke yesterday about why that means so much. That's what separated them from most sports ownership right now, is that it still is a family business, even if it's just a ceremonial title, even if it's 1% just to say that you have it. However, if Jeannie is the only one who wants that, then now you get back to the point of, well, how long can this distraction take hold? Because as you perfectly put the other day, the dark cloud hanging over the Lakers needs to dissipate as quickly as possible. So I'm team Jeannie as long as it is a quick process, but I don't think anything about this is going to be quick.
I mean, this is going on almost on a decade now.
Yeah.
If you go all the way back, you mentioned 2017 when she took Jim to court, really just went and had a court battle to remove him from being the president of basketball operations. And at the time, I remember Jim had promised, he said, look, if I don't turn things around, I'm going to walk out and I'll let it be. So that kind of played in. And then you add Joey and Jesse opposing the sale in the first place to Mark Walter. So they wanted to keep controlling interest at max, from what I understand, and stay locked in with the Lakers and the Laker fans and the legacy left by their dad. But again, from what we've seen and everything that's out there, the evidence is out there. I mean, I agree with you. I would much prefer a Buss family member to remain attached for the sake of Dr. Buss and everything that he had as a vision. But we don't know how these things play out.
Yeah.
And we don't know what's going on behind those closed doors. And we can assume a lot of stuff. And I know people will probably make jokes. I know we were talking about it being a novela, but this is real for that family. This is sad because, again, you know, having the privilege of having worked for the Lakers, and I literally I spent time, and I would speak to every one of these family members. They're all good people. And I know that they all love the purple and gold and appreciate the fan base. That definitely was passed on by their dad. Now you get into the business side, and that's when things get murky, and it's about money, it's about control, it's about power, it's about succession. And hermano, then you can start the little the music. Go ahead, get it going. And in fact, you want to jump in on the conversation, do it. 855-975-2326, 855-97-LA fan on with Broquinho. I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez in for Alex Curry. So while that's happening, and this was happening yesterday, in fact, Shay, can you do me a favor? Can you give me that music that I know Brock is going to really love here? Because we have storylines moving at the same time. Like in Lord of the Rings. In one situation, you have Frodo and Sam trying to figure it out, while Aragorn... Hey, hermano. This has been a Lord of the Rings epic for the last 24 hours. 3 different moving storylines at the same time. So we move on to what is Aragon and the Dodgers. Hermano, Coors Field. ¿Qué le dije ayer? I think I said it, right? I have a feeling. We did this like we used to do in baseball. You know, grab just a blade of grass, you throw it in the air, see where the wind's moving. And just, all right. And I felt it in my bones, called it yesterday. The Dodgers were going to explode offensively, and boy, did they.
They did, man. It was such a breath of fresh air. I would say about the second inning where I don't think they had scored yet, but there was an understanding of the bats are going, guys are ready, this is going to be a good day. And then I went to the store, I came back, and they were up, I think, 10-1 at that time. I was like, okay, I got to rewind and saw what the heck just happened in the past 25 minutes. No, that was the offensive explosion that they needed, and that was the day that Blake Snell needed to prove, no, this is just who I am now. My re-debut from last week was not a fluke. This is what you're going to get from me every single time going forward. Just a big deep breath post game is what I felt as a Dodger fan. Now I will say the The two Dodgers who needed a good game more than anyone in Edwin Diaz and Cal Tucker unfortunately didn't happen, but you can rest knowing that an 11-5 win is good for everyone wearing the Dodger blue.
Yeah, so the Dodgers, 11 runs, 14 hits, the first game with at least 10 since the beginning of July. It's been that that long. Shohei Ohtani, 4 for 5, scoring 4, driving in 3, homering twice, and Max Muncy, otra vez, 3-run bomb. Man, what a find, Max Muncy. And this is, again, back to the Dodgers and the farm system and everything that they do. People want to hate on the Dodgers, say, oh, they just want to go out and buy what they need. No, this is an exemplary farm system. And then when you have players that are, in fact, they were the first version of the Tampa Bay Rays. We have an ongoing joke. Edgar Gonzalez, who I do baseball with, Adrian's brother. An ongoing joke. If the Tampa Bay Rays are scouting a player, double check what they're scouting because they saw something, and that was always the Dodgers. And Max Muncy literally was thrown into the pile by the Oakland A's, just like when Chris Taylor was also thrown into the pile. And they went. Justin Turner was a guy they threw into the pile back in the day with. I think it was the Mets after the Padres, and look what they became in a Dodger uniform. So I really believe that the Dodgers here have found gold in Max Muncy overall. Look at the body of work and everything that he's done and playoff bombs and RBIs, and what a great find. But that brings us to Chris Taylor being one of those players because I'm going to compare the Chris Taylor situation to what Kyle Tucker's going through.
Okay.
Maybe they're not the same ball player. Talent-wise, Taylor was a heck of a ball player, but maybe not the caliber of what we're expecting for caballo money that you signed Kyle Tucker for. But the Dodgers know when to hit reset, and they had to do that. With Chris Taylor, they did it back in the day. Cody Bellinger, there was a situation also where, like, all right, he's struggling. Just let him hit the reset button. You have time. You have the horses to deal with maybe a couple of days of cooling off a guy. Next thing you know, he comes in and lights it up.
Yeah.
He needs it.
I understand that Dave Roberts is the master. He is this Zen-like grandfather to everyone. He always knows what to say. He has this sternness about him, but it's always out of respect and kindness. He never loses his cool. And I'm going to hold the faith that he finds a way to get through to Kyle Tucker, because not only did Kyle Tucker struggle again yesterday by still not getting a hit, he went 0 for 5, kept getting under the ball when he did make contact. He's now 0 for 25 over his previous 7 appearances. In the 7th inning, he drops a routine fly ball and then spends the rest of the game when they're in the dugout just sitting by himself in the corner, kind of wiping the sweat off his face, looking down, just so dejected and uninterested. It just looks like someone needs to pull him aside and say, hey, we're still going to need you. We can throw Alex Call out there, and if you keep going on this trajectory and go win the gutter, that's what we're going to have to do. Or we're going to put Tommy Edman out there and bring in Miggy to play second. It's like we can do this without you, but it would be a whole lot better if we do it with you, and we need you. Forget the fans, forget the money, forget everything, and just for the next 36 games, try and find the version of you that loves baseball. I think Kyle Tucker is beyond finding the best version of himself. I think we have to go even simpler than that and go earlier than that. Just find the version of you that enjoys playing baseball, because right now you are not having fun. You are miserable, and it's showing on your face. It's showing in your play. It's showing in your effort. And I think if Dave Roberts can find a way to bring back Kyle Tucker, it would be one of the most impressive things he has done as a manager, because this is as deep of a hole as a baseball player can possibly be in.
And he's still a 4-time All-Star.
Yeah.
And you want to bring him back, and Dave tends to be a good horse whisperer here. Bring the caballo back to where he needs to be, and in the meantime, maybe just hitting the reset, give him a couple days, and let him figure it out. But what Dodgers hitters needed to do, they did.
Yeah.
I saw some great at-bats. And then on the other side, Blake Snell on the hill. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 clean run there, 5 strikeouts. Now he's only allowed an earned run in each of his first 2 starts back, so that's good. His ERA through the first 15, 3.60. So he's doing well. It's good to see Blake Snell back to form, and again the hitters back to form. That's what you expected, and now build upon that. That's what we wanted to see yesterday, right? What we were discussing. So The Dodgers lit it up, but I was looking for good at-bats.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, numbers aside, just good at-bats. And we saw some of those. And Sugano doesn't throw bad. Right? He actually has some pretty solid numbers at Coors Field. And yet, what was it called? They light fires and kick tires. That's what ended up happening at Coors Field. So we're going to discuss a little bit more Dodgers. We're going to get a little deeper into what is wrong with Kyle Tucker situation, of course. And we'll continue. We got news from Clipperland, but the reigning story in Lakerlandia. What is going on with the Bus family? That novela keeps giving us a lot of talking points, and you can get in by calling 97 LA the Fan, 855-97 LA Fan, 855-975-2326. We'll be back.
And those of you that are mad, let me start by saying, shut up. Just shut up. If you're mad, how about this? If you're mad about the Tarek Skubal trade, let's start with something really simple. Who are you mad at? That is the first question you need to ask. Because if you're mad at the Dodgers, slap yourself in the face. I'm going to give you a minute because the Dodgers did nothing wrong. The Dodgers did nothing wrong. In fact, the Dodgers, I'll actually go a step further. They're the only ones that did anything right in this entire situation because the Dodgers get their hand on Tarek Skubal for giving up 3 prospects. Now, are they bad prospects? No. In fact, they're good prospects, but they sure as hell are not the prospects that are end-all, be-all that should have gotten this done. I couldn't believe the lack of haul that just came in for this price. So just so we're all clear, 3 prospects go over to the Detroit Tigers from the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they are the following. Zaire Hope, who is the Dodgers' number 5 prospect, followed by River Ryan, the Dodgers' number 10 prospect, and Brady Smith, a pitcher who is also their number 17 prospect. The Dodgers still have 7 prospects in Major League Baseball's top 100 list. They didn't even have to give away any of their top 4 prospects to get their hands on Tarek Skubal. And to the point where if this was all it took, explain to me why anyone's mad at the Dodgers. Because if you're a fan of another team right now, you should be pissed at your team that you didn't. If you're a Milwaukee Brewers fan, you should be screaming at Matt Arnold, their GM. You should be furious that they did nothing. If you're a Rays fan, the Rays just gave up arguably like the same exact haul that the Dodgers just did to get Freddie Peralta, who's got like a 6 ERA this season out of the New York Mets. You're telling me they couldn't get this done? Throw an extra prospect in there. You're the Rays. You got endless prospects. Do something. I have no sympathy for anyone in baseball, and sure as hell no fan in baseball that's complaining about this, because this was more than a fair asking price, and there are many, many more layers to break down. But I just want to start with that. Everyone that's complaining and moaning that the Dodgers are ruining baseball, no. It's not one team ruining baseball. It's the other 29 teams that are currently ruining baseball.
2 truths and a lie.
Yeah.
I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
2 truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah.
Those Bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Those are weird.
Stay away from
I-
Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a
Okay.
little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah,
names.
I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once as a very aggressive reporter march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So you
good.
interviewed him at a
I did
urinal.
not have. Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him going to the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on
What
Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So, what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Yeah.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know, so I'll
weird.
just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just? There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did? What did he
give me
tell
the-
you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped.
What? Yeah, 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. ¿Te gusta el gutancito o qué? Hey, started off with that. We're going to throw that in today. I know it's like,
We should.
hermano, that's, I'll share this with you guys since college days, right?
Okay.
I would always listen to Liquid Swords. And to this day, I do it right before every broadcast. I'll pull up to the stadium, arena, ballpark, wherever I'm going. I have to listen to Liquid Swords before I get going. It gets my mind right, gets me all set for game time. Maybe, I just have an idea here. But maybe I should get that record, Liquid Swords, out to Kyle Tucker and see if it brings out his swords, okay? The guy's batting .230, and what's worse, under 190 at Dodger Stadium, so he struggled at Cerro Azul. But I still believe that you're going to get the best of Kyle Tucker when it matters most. If he's going to slump it, if he's going to be a little off, let it be now and not come September. I have every reason to believe he's going to turn things around. But what is it going to take? Is it going to be a little extra work? Is it going to be something that lights a fire under him? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Papa, I'm sending you Liquid Swords.
If it worked for you, it can work for him. No, my concern for Kyle Tucker, the only reason it grows is not because I don't think he has the ability to play high-quality baseball when it matters most. Just look at the accolades that he's listed up in a decently long career so far. Obviously, you don't just lose that ability in one off season. It's the body language for me now. It's the fact of you not approaching baseball with positivity and excitement is definitely going to make sure that best version of you doesn't come out. It's definitely in there. But the lack of effort in the ninth inning ball that he missed that bounced off the wall in the final game against Milwaukee, looking dejected in the dugout, the frustration, like early on when he was struggling, he would slam his bat, he would slam his helmet, which you don't love to see, but it shows that he cares. Where you get concerned for your teammate is when they have no emotion at all because they're checked out. That's where Kyle Tucker looked to be headed yesterday, and that's where I start getting nervous. So I'm right there with you in regards of he has the ability to do so, but it is the reset that you suggested. It is someone pulling him aside. It is Dave Roberts. his family. It is someone just reminding him how much he loves baseball, because if you fall out of love with the thing that you're doing, you're never going to be able to get out of any slump that you're in.
Now, what if that's always been Kyle Tucker since day one, and people are thinking, "Hey, he's not showing you fire." But I'm gonna share something with you.
Okay.
You go into a scouting report with him from back in the day. I always pull my notes, and some scouts don't like his even-keeled approach, describing him as a low-energy guy. This is since the days that he came out of Plant High School in Tampa, Florida. So it's always been Kyle Tucker. Scouts described him as an old-school type of player, meaning run the bases, keep your head down, don't make it about you, it's about the team. So are we judging him too harshly? Now, slumps happen to the best, again, except Tony Gwynn. Right, in the history of baseball. He didn't know what a slump was. Tony Gwynn could have, that's the craziest stat, by the way, side note. Tony Gwynn could have made outs in his last 1,000 at-bats, and he still would have been a 300-hitter lifetime.
That guy
That's
just knew how
awesome
to make contact,
T. Gwynn
man.
was Long Beach's finest hitter ever, Tony Gwynn. But, of course, Kyle Tucker is kind of causing a little bit of feelings amongst Dodger fans. For example, Jose in Corona wants to jump in on the topic. Kyle Tucker, Jose, adelante.
Buenos dias, Adrian. Good morning,
Buenos
fellas.
dias.
Adrian, really quickly, I want to congratulate you for being on The Fan years and years ago. When you had your own show on Radio Visa, I was actually one of your board ops, so I'm really happy to hear you on the air.
Hermano.
Whoa.
Long time, man. That's before the Angels took the station, huh?
Yes, correct,
Yes, yes.
correct. So by the end of the day, I do want to hear a siéntate to all the other radio stations that aren't, playing any local radio right now. So I want to hear you call out a siéntate to them.
You got it, man. You got it.
But Tucker, I'm a huge numbers guy, Adrian, and when he first came to the Dodgers, he asked for number 30, and of course, Doc's not going to give it up. But I mean, when LeBron was in practice, he was rocking number 6. So what if the Dodgers show him some love, just roll out with that 30 jersey here, wear this during batting practice? Because, I mean, athletes are weird. They're wired differently. That number 30 might be close to him. Show him some love. And then when he comes back home, the fans got to show up. We did it for Mookie last year, gave him a standing ovation on his first at-bat. That dude's got to feel the love because he looks down, depressed, and lonely. It's beyond the even keel. He looks lonely out there.
Yeah, good take there, Jose. And again, good to talk to you again, hermano. All the best there, Jose in Corona, chiming in. And, I mean, that's what most Dodger fans are probably feeling. Like, hey, we want to love you. Mm-hmm. I want to love you, but
you just couldn't help it. You couldn't help it.
but he's got to do something. But what is it? And could it be as simple as switching a number, switching, the habits? F you, Joe Boo, I do it myself. Something.
It's such a strange responsibility to ask out of a fan to go out of your way to make a player feel good, because in your mind you're saying, man, I had to save money for the $400 that it took to bring my family here, and this guy's making $60 million. It's so easy to fall back on the lifestyle and how much money that these guys are making doing something that they love. But that is one of the most proven things that can ignite a player of any sport, is a fan base acknowledging that you're going through it and giving you a standing ovation even though you've done nothing to deserve it. Trey Turner with the Phillies had that a couple years ago. Maybe it was last year. It's a quarterback who threw back-to-back interceptions, but when they take the field for the third time, the crowd starts clapping and saying, you know what, it's fine, let's do this. Let's go ahead and do so. Small things like that can go such a long way. I love that you bring up Kyle Tucker's scouting report, because right when he came over from Chicago, I playing for the Bears have tons of friends out there, and they said he's gonna drive you crazy, but he can also win you a lot of games. And I kind of poked and pried about that, and they kind of mirrored what you just read off of that scouting report. It's like sometimes he's just on another planet, but the guy can rake, so it's fine, But when you stop raking as a fan, you're sitting there thinking, well, do you even want to be here, right? you're nonchalant when you're succeeding and have a laid back attitude, but when you are not succeeding and have a laid back attitude, people have to poke and pry and try to find what drives you because you're not giving that to us. So I'm not saying Kyle Tucker has to act out of character. He's had an incredible career doing things the way that he's always done them. But to answer Jose's question, in order for the fan base to rally around you, I do think you have to show them that all of this still matters to you, even if that means just temporarily going out of character or maybe saying something to the media, maybe tweeting something, but showing them this really, really matters to me, even if I don't show it on my face all the time.
Now, and we've always been told, right, a lot of players to speak with the bat. And that's always been him. If you go all the way back, 2017, for the Astros coming up in the system, Futures game, minor league player of the year. Again, he was even, and I mentioned this yesterday, it was him that was selected by PBS to represent Ted Williams in a documentary called Splendid Splinter, where they had him take some hacks, and they said, you know what, this is Ted.
Let's got the most beautiful swing ever.
Yeah. Instead of Kyle, Ted Tucker. You know, they were going with that. So he's always been that guy.
Yeah.
You're not, like, I know fans want Raul Mondesi out there. You know, that just that pat, like, Mondesi, man. What
he played baseball like a linebacker, man.
I love Mondesi, man. And what a gun. And just Mondesi was just, but again,
fast too.
Fast.
He was so fast.
So underrated when you look at the overall system of what was brought to the table by Raul Mondesi. But again, back to the Kyle Tucker thing. You're not always going to get that player that has the personality, the pizzazz, the Los Angeles in him. Hollywood is not for him, but he's with the Dodgers. He's a player that has always shown, from A.J. Hinch to every manager, everybody that's dealt with him, a guy that they love personally, a guy that they want in that clubhouse, a guy that they can count on in crunch time, clutch time. So let's wait and see. I think it's still a work in progress, and all hitters go through it, except Tony Gwynn, maybe Pete Rose, Ted Williams. Those guys might not have known what a slump was, but it happens. And I don't think that we should judge them too harshly. Yes, the numbers don't lie. The numbers never lie. But at the same time, they don't tell the whole story, and especially in baseball, because of the 90% being mental.
The decrease in defensive play over the past two appearances that he's made, do you attribute that to, let me rephrase that, does that add to the concern for you that some fans have, or do you see that as something that every defensive fielder goes through as well? He just so happens to be going through it offensively and defensively at the same time.
I think it's going at the same time, and you do have those situations where it feels like what's not happening at the plate, you take it with you with the leather. So both sides are affected because it's up here.
Yeah.
It's up here. And it's not that he doesn't want to go after that fly ball. He's just not fielding it right. Something is off in Kyle Tucker's mind. But when it gets right, agárrense, get your popcorn ready, because we've seen what he's capable of. There's a reason why he got top money.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see it. Just like the Dodgers, the rest of the hitters in that lineup, it was only a matter of time before they all exploded. Chamuki Betts also went off. Federico, Freddy Pesadillas, back to normal. They're going to be just fine. And Kyle Tucker, again, we're back to hitting is contagious. Look how contagious it was yesterday. Now it's going to be his turn. And there was one little moment, and it probably means nothing in the overall. But as he was leaving the dugout in one of those moments during the game, he kind of has his glove, and he looks to Shohei and gives him, "You want my glove?" And Shohei's like, "Oh, no, thank you." And they both kind of chuckle, which tells me everything's going to be all right in that dugout, man. The guys, and they're supportive of each other, and he'll get through it. What I'm saying, do not hit panic button just yet with Kyle Tucker. I don't think you should.
As far as team cultures go, the Dodgers are rated number one. Every year they do the anonymous questionnaire amongst MLB players, and the Dodgers get rated number one for travel, for accommodations, for everything, and how they treat their players. But that lends itself to the culture that Andrew Friedman, present GM, and Dave Roberts kind of fester. And what I do love is, despite Shohei on track to being one of the best baseball players ever. Freddie Freeman, certified Hall of Famer, may retire with the 300 average. Mookie Betts, a Hall of Famer. Max Muncy having a resurgence and being an all-star at 36 years old, however old. Like, despite all these guys who have done incredible things, there is a youthful energy about them, and I wish I saw that moment. I'm going to go back and watch it on our next break here in a minute. But hearing that he is having those childlike moments does let me know, okay, he can acknowledge that he's going through something while still having a smile on his face. You know, small things like that go such a long way, even if it's jokingly acknowledging, I suck right now. Do you want Michael and Shohei? And Shohei saying, you do suck right now, so I don't, like small things like that. Like, I've been in locker rooms, and of course, most of them were football, but acknowledging your struggles with your teammates can be a bonding experience. So I am happy to hear that even as insignificant as it may seem, that is a significant moment among teammates.
And it's not the first time teammates have tried to unlock his boss level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you go all the way back to when he was 21 years old, I want to share this with you guys. This is something that I felt was kind of interesting to bring into this subject, right? So, arriving at a major league clubhouse, you have been known to be a very quiet guy. I mean, not much there as far as energy, pizzazz, until you grab that bat. But here it is. So that he was not one of the most talkative guys around. You couldn't even get a word out of him, said Lance McCullers Jr. And he says, I remember his first year. Michael Brantley and George Springer would literally ask him, do you smile at all? Do you feel anything? They asked him this. So this has always been Kyle Tucker. So maybe the thing here is just let him be. Yep. Let him figure it out. He will. We've seen it. Is he going to be a 300 hitter? I don't know. He's capable of it. All he needs is one good game to get back on track, and all of this goes out the window.
I know we have to step aside here in a minute, so I'm not going to ask you when it would be, but do you believe that Dave Roberts has a day set in mind where if Kyle Tucker is not back, he has to plan without him?
No, I think Dave is actually going to just let it and kind of feel it out as he goes. Mm-hmm. But again, we've seen how he's hit that reset button, and that's why I mentioned Belly. That's why I mentioned Taylor. He knows exactly when the time comes where, like, oye, papá, tranquilito. You know what? Today, just cheer on your teammates, do a couple crossword puzzles in there. We're good. We know you're going to hit, but I need you back on track. Get your mind right. And Dave has proven time and time again that he knows what he's doing with his players. And you got to trust that. So I don't think Dave's going to hit any panic buttons anytime soon. Will you hit the panic button? I'm asking all of you out there in Dodgerlandia. Call in at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And also, don't forget, if you've missed any part of this conversation, search Brock and Alex wherever you get your podcasts. You can catch the full show, individual hours, and all of the biggest moments. I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez in for the great Alex Curry alongside Broquinho. And we're going to take a quick pause for the cause. We'll be back.
Not being president 3 months earlier.
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So, I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, you right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault.
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It sounds like he's trash.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. And then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes. Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, yeah, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Luka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
Have you ever had a head coach or manager just tear you a new ass? Because I have definitely had that done to me a couple times.
I was like so terrified of having that happen.
Really? Oh, yeah.
That
I was very lucky it was behind closed doors, but boy, oh boy, Bud Black tore me to shreds once.
Yeah, I mean, like my high school coach stopped the drill one time. Jerry Sloan, when I was with the Jazz, I was whispering on the side. He was talking about something on the other side of the floor, and I guess he could maybe hear me a little bit, and he just turned and was like, do you want to include everybody else in the conversation?
He went like school teacher.
Yeah, you want to share with the class?
Yes.
You passing notes?
Yeah. And man, my high school coach, like he blew a whistle, and like we were doing like a 3-on-2 fast break drill, and I threw a behind the back pass. It was successful pass, but he blew the whistle like, don't you ever even think twice about doing that.
Did you ever do it in the league, though?
In the league, yeah.
Yes, I'll take that, college coach.
Sure. And do you get on the kids now for behind the back passes or a little showboating?
I do, but what I try to help them understand is there's a time and place for everything. Behind the back passes when it's a tie game in the first quarter is not the time to try something.
So when is it?
If we're up by a big score and the game is pretty much decided, you got a little bit more leeway. But even then,
yeah, how do you do it without showing up those guys?
Yeah,
now?
So that's the difference, though. Like, I'm not going to embarrass you in the game, but they just know based on my body language and how I move on the sideline whether I approve or not. So they know, like, as soon as they do it and they look at the bench, and it's not a big demonstrative movement. It's just
just something small.
Something small.
Subtle,
and
so they
like,
know.
Coach is not feeling that at all. A guy like Cameron Carr can shoot the basketball. That's a part of his makeup. I want to say the best part of his game because he's a really good athlete as well. You know, guys that shoot the ball well in the summer, but the rhythm of the season, the pace of the season physically starts to wear on you. So you're going to have a lot of nights where you don't shoot the ball well just because your body is adjusting to how strenuous it is to do the job. To play even 6 minutes in a big-time NBA game is very different than a summer league game.
Just because of the pressure, surroundings.
The size of the guys. It's like playing against a minor league pitcher and then all of a sudden Tarek Skubal's on the mound.
Oh, another classic. has there ever been a better collective in hip-hop than the Wu-Tang Clan? I beg to... Black Moon was great. Helter Skelter when they came together was great, but no.
Nothing like it. To have that many names who can all bring it, whereas typically you got 2 or 3 guys that bring it and the rest of the guys are filler. Every single one of them brought it, and every single one of them was so different from one another. Like on paper, nothing about them should have worked. But it worked.
It worked beautifully. And then the way that Method Man would describe each one and what they brought to the table, if you've never heard that, I'll leave it to you. You know who surprised me that who's a big Wu-Tang guy?
Who's that?
And it just blew me away. Thierry Henry. The great Thierry Henry is a Wu-Tang master. You ask him any question. He said he grew up, him and his brothers in Paris, that they consumed everything Wu-Tang.
I would have never thought that.
That's pretty cool,
I
right?
love that. That's really
cool. He's one of the best in the business. And then I told him, I go, now you scored even 50 more points with me, viejo, because caballete. But anyway, we're back, and cash rules everything around us in Southern California, from the Dodgers, if you want to look at it from there, the situation that's happening at Clippers, if you look at it from there, it's all about the cash. And, of course, in Lakerlandia and the Bus family right now, it's about the cash ruling everything around them. At least that's what everybody on the outside is saying and seeing what is really, truly going on the inside. And, again, you are probably already well aware of what's happened over these last 24 hours. But Jeannie Buss, after it was announced that the Buss family was going to relinquish the remaining control, that remaining 18% or so, just under, they were going to say, all right, enough. We're going to cash out. More power to you, Bob Iger, Josh Kushner. Good luck to you. We are out. And Jeannie said, no, hold on a second. Aguántenme tranquilos, because I have not decided that I want out. I want to remain here. So now it's on, and they are gonna duke it out in court.
Yeah, it is. It's so unfortunate. One, as a fan, because that's my relationship to the Lakers. However, you also can sympathize if you have siblings, of just seeing something that is so special, just the relationship with a sibling, let alone the relationship with a sibling in a Los Angeles dynasty. And on paper, you're saying you guys should have the greatest lives of any Angelino ever. You are directly tied to the thing that Los Angeles holds most dear. For the sake of families everywhere, can you just figure this out? Because it would make us enjoying the Lakers so much easier. But for the better part of 15 years now, that just has not been the case.
And for the better part, almost 50 years of Buss family, right? And 3 dynasties, you can say, at every step, with the exception of when I was there. They had winning ways.
So it was your fault. Okay.
It was my fault. No. But you know what? The great Stu Lance said it was not our fault. He said that our time there was worth 30-plus years, because he had never seen anything like that in Laker world. And I don't think we're ever going to see that again, where your starting center is Robert Sacre and then Chris Kaman is laying down on the bench in Cleveland. I don't want to go back. I want to get that chiripiorca if I start thinking about that. In fact, I'd rather see if I care or if I don't care. Shay, are you ready to fly, Papa?
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in L.A.? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, L.A.?
How we doing, LA? Producer Shay here with Do You Care, LA? LA's favorite producer. Let's get right into it, guys. I got Adrian filling in for Alex. Adrian, thanks for filling in for us today.
Oh, no, a pleasure.
Having you. Do You Care, LA, the segment where I tell Adrian and Brock different stories around the sports world, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective, guys. Let's get straight into this first one. Roger Goodell says the NFL will eventually have a team permanently based outside of the U.S. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but the league already has 9 international games this season, with stops in Australia, Brazil, London, Paris, Madrid, Munich, and Mexico City. Starting in 2027, the NFL can play as many as 10 per season. Do you care, LA?
Here's what frustrates me. Well, yes, I care, because if you watch the NFL, this will affect you or your team. Here's what bugs me is the way that Goodell talks about an international team. It's like this inevitable thing that is happening to the NFL, not that him as the literal commissioner can decide and have direct input on whether or not a team goes to London. It's going to be Jacksonville. They're going to be based in London. Their owner, Shad Khan, I believe he was born in London. If not, he essentially lives there now. And I don't like the phrasing of how there's no other option. This is the only way that this story is going to end. Like, no, you can decide whether or not a team goes there. Take responsibility for sending a team over to there. Don't act like you're a victim in this.
I do care, and I think it's been good. I've seen the growth since the beginning of just broadcasting NFL and how the audiences have grown throughout planet Earth. But looking at these places, right? I was in Brazil last year with the Chargers in Sao Paulo, and great ambiance, great reception. The Brazilians love their NFL. Respect to them. Respect to the Australians. Respect to all of those in España, in Madrid, in Munich. But for me, the only two viable places, if you're going to expand, London or Mexico City. Yeah. And in Mexico City, I can guarantee you it's a sellout, 100,000 plus there, Shay, at Azteca, if that's going to be the venue. I mean, they renovated it for the World Cup, so it will be ready for NFL.
It's ready to go.
Hey, if you're going to do anything, send it to Mi querido Mexico. Let's go.
On to the next one, guys. Do you care, LA? We got Adrian in for Alex. Nets owner embarrassed by the Knicks title. What do I mean by that, guys? Brooklyn Nets owner Joe Tsai says watching the Knicks win the NBA championship was embarrassing for his franchise. No duh. The Knicks ended a 50-year title drought while Brooklyn went 20-62 last season and missed the playoffs for a third straight year. Tsai says the Knicks' success won't change the Nets' rebuild, but admitted it doesn't feel good watching the team across town celebrate a championship. So, do you care?
I don't care because once the combination of Kyrie, KD, and James Harden didn't work out, we knew it was going to be at least a decade before they got back on track. But what a failed experiment that was. Any owner of a team makes those trades to try and make that happen. It should have worked, but it didn't, and they're going to be feeling the effects of that for a long time.
If it lights a fire under the Brooklyn Nets, I'm all for it. It's one of the best venues in basketball. It's underrated as far as a building a vibe, and they probably play the best hip-hop before every game, throughout the game. It's going to take, Shay and Broquinho, like you said, the right star power. But they're I don't know. If they do something special, I wouldn't be surprised that they just remain as one of the best venues in all of basketball. It is a great place to play basketball, but I don't care right now about what he's talking about.
And last but definitely not least, Keenan Allen reunites with Shane Steichen. The Colts are signing 6-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Keenan Allen to a one-year deal worth up to $8.32 million. Do you care?
You're a Mr. Charger. This is all you.
Hermano, I think Shane Steichen will still find ways to get the best route runner that we've seen in the NFL, not named Charlie Joyner. I think he'll still extract some juice for Daniel Jones. I do care. I wish Keenan Allen all the best.
I care. Same with you. Keenan played college with my brother, so he has a fan in me.
All right, and we have fans in all of you. The voice of LA Sports 97.1 The Fan. Gracias, Shay. We'll be back.
Flat out do.
Yeah, it's just different. Some guys can just hit the baseball, whether it's Tarek Skubal or a minor league pitcher, single A, double A, this guy can hit. I think Cameron Carr is a guy that can shoot the basketball no matter what the situation is. And because of the length and height that he has, I think he'll primarily be able to get his shot off consistently, even against better defenses, longer players, etc. I don't think it's so much about the points or the numbers. He won't get 16 shots in the game for 3 years possibly. So,
but now we know he's capable, so
right.
That's nice.
If that's the volume he's accustomed to in college, and then when the season starts and the ball's going to be in Luka's hands, the ball's going to be in Austin Reeves' hands, the ball's going to be in Colin Sexton's hands, Walker Kessler's hands, before you even get to Cameron Carr, that volume and that rhythm in his shooting won't be there. Ultimately, flashes of these things in the summer, it's still better to see it than to not see it at all.
In a world where you can book a trip anywhere, one man booked a trip to Hawaii in the middle of a goddamn hurricane. The one and only Cody Decker.
Yeah.
Wow.
There he is. Pitch black outside. I heard rumor has it he slept out there.
So, Cody, do you think it's just bad luck, or is it just a sign of the times that your first vacation in more than a year comes in the middle of Hurricane Lila?
One, I would appreciate this hostile work environment to calm down just a tick. This is my first time I've been not working in a full year, and I walked it right into, as Raj put it very, very eloquently, into a goddamn hurricane. And yes, this has been nuts. Absolutely nuts over here. But listen, the weather has calmed down a little bit. We are better. We are better. We are better. It is humid as hell, though.
Who had a better weekend? Cody Decker out in Hawaii or Kyle Tucker inside Dodger Stadium?
Well, I got to tell you, I would say it's Kyle Tucker, and I'll tell you why. He didn't have to watch Kyle Tucker the way I had to watch Kyle Tucker this last weekend in a hurricane. It was awful. He was awful at the plate, 0 for 17. He was awful in the field. Now, granted, a tough play towards the right field wall, but, buddy, we're paying $60 million a year. Run into a goddamn wall every once in a while.
We were up 24 points at the half, I think, or in the second quarter.
That was game 5, right? In LA?
So much trash.
No, that was game 4.
But that was game 4. Okay.
When we had a chance to tie the series up 2-2.
You're right.
And, we got up big early.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they cut it to maybe 18 at the half after being up 24. The reason why it's so hurtful is when I checked out of the game in the third quarter, we were up by 13 points. And by the time I checked back in the game, and I don't coach the team, so by the time I checked back into the game, we're down by 5.
Oh,
so we were minus 18.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here watching us lose this lead.
Oh, it must be frustrating.
And that was like the one time. I was always a guy that did what the coach asked me to do. But that was the one time I almost went and checked myself back in the game.
I heard that.
I wish you did, man. I wish you did. Once again, Edwin Diaz doing his Edwin Diaz thing. And here's the thing. I am a fan of Edwin Diaz. I think he's a very solid pitcher. And yes, if you look at his career numbers, he has elite closer metrics. He absolutely does. High leverage innings, shutdown innings. He holds the record that will Tides hold the record for most saves in a single season. In fact, when he did it in 2018 with the Mariners. But I've also seen full year collapses on this guy. And I'm talking multi-year. We saw it with the Mets twice, by the way. We also saw the injured year that he had with the Mets. Now he's over here with the Dodgers, and he's been very shaky from Jump Street, before even the microneedling surgery even had. I have not been quiet that I didn't like this deal. In fact, the Dodgers made 2 very big deals this last offseason in Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. I didn't like either deal. It comes to fruition that both of these guys happen to be the biggest struggle bust players on the Dodgers, both on the pitching side and the offensive side. So it's a little frustrating to see.
And we are back, hour number 2. Brock and Alex in for Alex Curry. I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez, AGM for the amigos, and Broquinho, el crack. Hermano, we've been hitting these topics. Obviously, the Lakers ownership drama. The Dodgers finally broke out. But we talked about Kyle Tucker. There is one other toalla mojada, as we would say, a wet towel situation brewing here. What is wrong with the pride of Caguas Military Academy, Edwin Diaz?
So Edwin Diaz came out the gates hot. The trumpets were blaring. The lights were going early on in the season. They realized he had some loose bodies in his elbow. He sat out for about 3 months, and upon return, these are his stats so far throughout the season. 13 2/3 innings, 19 strikeouts, 10 walks, 18 runs, 7 saves, 4 blown saves. And he almost had a 5th the second game against Milwaukee, where he had the bases loaded but was able to get out of the jam. However, it was a jam that he's created. Again, 13 2/3 innings, an 11.85 ERA, minus 1.4 WAR, the lowest of his 10-year career. The only other time he's had negative WAR was 2019, his first year with the Mets, and not looking like himself. So the elbow surgery, of course, is going to come with its effects on velocity and all of those things. I think where the grace, if there is some remaining, I know for a lot of fans there won't be, for Kyle Tucker may exist. I think it doesn't exist for Diaz. Not that it's fair, but because what he's asked to do is come out there and get 3 outs. And I think in a lot of fans' minds, they want to simplify that and say, just go out there and get 3 outs. What is going wrong? You are blowing this. You are blowing this. You are getting way too much money. Then it goes down the spiral. So do you feel that the grace that you have extended for Tucker also applies to Edwin?
It does. I mean, you brought him in to lock down the 9th. I mean, he was the guy that was supposed to come in and resolve that 9th inning problem if there was one for the Dodgers there. But you wanted somebody that's a proven closer, lock it down, tres candados, vámonos, right? That hasn't been the case for a guy who takes pride in what he does. He's always seen Pedro Martinez as his hero, his idol, early in his career. And you saw the stuff, man. When he's on, he's electric. But there is that question, is he right? Is he the same guy? Is it in his head? Did the Dodgers, bring in a guy and hand him the pearl to lock down the 9th, and maybe he's not ready for, being in this situation with the Dodgers under the pressure that he'll be under in Los Angeles? He's gone through so much, man, in his life with his family. And I don't think this is something that's bothering him per se. I think there's confidence in that pitcher, in Edwin Diaz. But I think there is also that effect of Dodger fans and people watching and writers and all of us and Sports Talk Radio. Does he even make the roster now for postseason? Do you trust him now for postseason? That question is for Dave Roberts to answer. But if I look at the body of work and the person that is throwing that baseball, Edwin Diaz, I have every reason to believe he can turn it around.
So for why that question has to be asked, I feel is totally fair. And you can't compare it to the bullpen right now, because right now Edwin Diaz is the best option that they have. If you remember last year, Tanner Scott was their closer before kind of playing himself out of the rotation come playoff time and was not even on the roster come World Series. Edwin Diaz is making way too much money and is way too accomplished to be in that situation, but he absolutely can find a way to not be the go-to guy come playoff times, especially if, knocking on wood here, everyone comes back healthy. And you have Skubal, you have Yamamoto, you have Snell, you have Glasnow, who is not going to come back in a starting capacity, but in a long relief capacity. You're going to get Robleski, who is likely going to get bumped out of that starting rotation and maybe can be used in a bullpen or a closing capacity. You have Roki, who was in a closing capacity last year. There are other options, And then
Training's coming back to add him to the bullpen.
And you have Trinan coming back. Kyle Hurt looks like a new man. I think that this is Diaz and Tucker go hand in hand because they're both making a lot of money. They're both the new faces, and they're both struggling right now. However, not everyone can play right field, but the Dodgers do have and will have, if everyone comes back, a healthy, ample amount of options who can also go out there in the 9th inning. So in regards to sense of urgency, I do feel, despite the injury and understanding that this is essentially your spring training, there is a little bit of a fire lit underneath them because there are other people who can do this job.
You work through this. And I think Dave Roberts, we're back to Dave Roberts, the manager and horse whisperer, knowing what buttons to push. So I think in Dave's case is, you know what, you have enough of a cushion. Now, again, this is just my own opinion, but you have the players, you have the situation where you have the lead right now. Maybe you let them work through it. Mm-hmm. And that's what maybe Dave was trying to do yesterday. All right, we have a 9-run lead. Get your stuff right. But he hits a batter, obviously the walks, losing the control a little bit. But that's something that he has to work through it. And the Dodgers, unfortunately for the rest of planet Earth and the ecosystem of baseball, they have the luxury to test that out and see where he's at. And if he doesn't get right, you're going to know, and you're going to understand that you have to make some sort of adjustment going into October, going into the playoffs. But in the meantime, you let him work through it. You have to trust the guy that you brought in, and why you, again, like Tucker, you paid him big-time money. Be a little patient and let them show you who they are, and eventually they do.
As you mentioned, he entered the game last night with 9 runs, and when he was shown warming up in the bullpen. I checked the score. I said, "Oh, this is the perfect scenario. You are trying to ramp up and get back to your best self. You just had 3 blown saves in a week, back-to-back blown saves against Arizona, and then one in the second game against Milwaukee. Almost had a blown save in the third game against Milwaukee, but was able to get out of that bases-loaded situation and save it. You're up 9 runs. This is a perfect scenario. And as you mentioned, unfortunately, that was not the case. Hits the batter and just kind of spirals from there. 3 runs and 4 hits in the 9th inning. One thing that I did enjoy seeing is Kike Hernandez, who has come out and said, whenever there's a mound meeting, I make sure I go over there. I talked to him. He was playing first base, replacing Freddie Freeman because the score was out of proportion there. And if you go back and watch the clip, Edwin is responding well to him. He's super locked in, and the dynamic of a closer versus a guy like Kike who has his role as basically the little brother of the team. He is the old guy there, but Kike brings the energy, and I just loved seeing Edwin Diaz, who is super serious, who is getting paid big money, who was among the most feared closers when he's on, and this child of Kike who's just laughing and giggling and smiling, and essentially telling him, hey, lock in, and Diaz responding well to that. So that if I had to take one positive from it, it was the brief interaction during the mound visit with Kike.
And Kike knows how to speak to him. Brothers made in Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico, that's
they
right.
They represent
that's right.
Puerto Rico internationally, so he knows. He understands, and that's part of the dynamic because, for all intents and purposes, we do know that the leader in that clubhouse when it comes to the culture is Kike Hernandez.
Mm-hmm.
He's the glue. He's the straw that stirs the drink, as Reggie was in New York back in the day. He's the straw that stirs the drink in the dugout. We know Otani is the caballo, el Chamuki Betts, Freddie Freeman, Max Muncy, but then the value of a Kike Hernandez, it comes out in moments like these when he has his brother on the hilly and he sees that he's struggling. He understands, like he has that look in his eye, like, oh, no sé si puedo, like, si puede, si se puede. Okay, you'll be all right, Edwin Diaz. He's got to pitch through it. And maybe it takes bringing him in the 8th. Have him do a little setup. I don't know. That's for Dave Roberts to do it, and I will never pretend. I'm one of those guys as a broadcaster. I will never question a coach's decision because I'm not a manager and I'm not a coach, and I've never reached that level, and those guys have, so I let them cook. I won't criticize, but we will point out things that are missing, things that might be good, might be bad. We're always going to be fair. And here I want to be fair. I want to be fair to Edwin Diaz and the body of work and the reason why this guy has seen contracts of 102 plus in 5 years, signing that 3-year, $69 million deal with the Dodgers, deferring about $13.5 million. So the investment is there, and you guaranteed the guy pretty much an extra 31. So he's got to step it up. And maybe all it takes, as Jose said earlier, maybe it's a little bit of a mojo change or something. Maybe a phone call from Pedro Martinez, where are you at, Papa? Call him. Háblale, Pedro. And just tell him, oye, papi, I know that was your hero growing up, and, I see this, I see that. Maybe you should do this. You hear from your hero, nurtures you again. You got one of your best friends in the dugout, Kike Hernandez, and everything straightens him out. I think we still have room to see him improve, but time's running out. He needs to show it soon.
I would say the rest of this series, I would imagine the Dodgers are going to be holding on to some significant leads heading into that 9th inning. So I am motivated by Diaz having ample opportunities to have a better performance than he's had recently, but especially a better performance than he had last night. I expect to see him tonight. And as long as it's marginal improvements, there are 36 games left in the regular season, and he needs to be in shape. I would say by the end of the Braves series, the trust in Diaz needs to be significantly higher, because after that Braves series, that's when the arms start coming back, and there's only one baseball. So.
That's it. And let him just work through it. Again, I think that's the moral of the story. But, I was just in the hallway right now during the break. Right across the way, we got K-Rock, right? And they were playing The Bravery, and an honest mistake was on.
Okay.
So was it an honest mistake by the Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen, to sign Edwin Diaz? You tell us. You can call at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2333. 888-985-2726. And check us out on all major social platforms right now at The Fan, and give us a follow. So we're talking about Edwin Diaz. Obviously, we're talking about the Laker novela. So much to discuss. And I think the moral of the story with the Dodgers, they are in a much better spot than they were last year, and a better spot than they were 2 years ago. So trust the process, as a great poet in Philadelphia once said.
You know, it's one of those things where you want to be in the best shape possible come crunch time. But the Dodgers have shown, due to various injuries that always seem to plague them throughout the years, no matter who they sign, no matter who they trade for, injuries just happen. And they always somehow limp their way to the playoffs, and then things just click. There's no comfort in saying, no matter how bad they look, things are going to click when they need to, because you're kind of that's just faith. That's just hoping, and sometimes that clashes against what you're actually seeing on your TV screen or at the game. But to your point, last year they had a worse record than they had now. They won the NL West, I believe, by only a margin of 3 games. They didn't get the bye because they were the 3rd seed, and everything clicked into place, and they brought it home. So I will remain optimistic that the Dodgers are going to figure it all out, because you don't win back-to-back World Series on accident. I have all the faith in Dave Roberts being the Hall of Fame manager that he is, and I have all the faith in the world in the best roster in baseball. But you better believe I'm going to be stressed on the way there. I will enjoy the destination, but the road trip itself is definitely giving me some heart palpitations every now and then.
And then you also have to trust the farm system, right? They have guys, we saw it in October, guys that just come in, they'll step it up. So I trust the process, again, of how the Dodgers do things. They've proven it to fans and all of us that cover the sport time and time again. It's one of the best-run organizations. It's not just look at the Mets. The Mets spend a bunch of money and they can't get it right. So it's not just about the wallet, the deep pockets. It's about how you process all of it. And still, one of the best farm systems. There is always 1, 2, 3 players ready to help that emerge in October, and they have enough depth, I think. And with the guys coming back that we've mentioned, like Tyler Glasnow making his way back and back into the bullpen, Blake training, so they're going to be just fine. Edwin Diaz needs to earn that trust back, though, because I know, I'll give you an example. Like, there was a moment where you stopped trusting Trevor Hoffman down in San Diego, right? One of the greatest ever. The only guy that I think I've ever seen lockdown games in the 9th where he was guaranteed he's just not going to give it up was Mariano Rivera, the greatest closer of all time. But then there's everybody else. And Trevor Hoffman was one of those guys where before he'd lock it down, then guys started figuring out, Brian Jordan, Moises Alou, start figuring out how to hit that changeup and wait. And that was his venom. And then you see Tony Gwynn Jr., drop a triple on him in Milwaukee, eliminating the Padres, and then you started to see the decline there. You couldn't trust Hall of Famer Trevor Hoffman anymore. It happens. Are the Dodgers seeing that with Edwin Diaz? I think Dodger fans hope not. But if that's the case, there's enough talent in the room that they'll be all right in the end, and Dave will figure it out. But I think they are a much better team, much better club. When Edwin Diaz is on fire, firing those pellets the way he's capable of doing and the way that we know he's pitched in the past, hermano, agárrense. I think the Dodgers will be fine, but you got to let him work through his process and his situation, whatever that may be. If it's in his head, if he's not feeling right in the arm, I don't know. We don't know, but we're about to find out in these next couple of weeks.
Yeah. Kind of like we said yesterday, the Dodgers aren't comparing themselves to the Rockies or the Brewers or the Cubs or the Red Sox or whatever team they're currently in a series with. They're comparing themselves to the best version of themselves come October. Dave Roberts knows what this team needs to look like when the playoffs start. And after every game, he is comparing what just happened in 9 innings to that version of the Dodgers. And the fact is, regardless of their struggles, I do find comfort that there's always an answer to the problem. Like, the amount of injuries that they've had would have decimated most teams in baseball. A lot of pitching rotations would have fallen apart by now. A lot of bullpens would have fallen apart by now. And if Kyle Tucker was in a non-Dodgers organization, there would be places where he wouldn't have this level of support, where he would have just kind of not be allowed to crumble, but just accepted. Instead, he's with the Dodgers, who have one thing in mind every season. They start with the World Series in mind, and they are demanding better out of him. So there is a benefit of when you do struggle here, you are surrounded by greatness, and people don't hope you get better. They demand that you get better because of the standard that is set. And again, it all comes full circle to the culture that the Dodgers have created. And even when you are struggling, you are still going to be surrounded by greatness.
So with Edwin Diaz being a sinker slider guy overall, maybe it's mechanical. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's still fixable up in the head as well. But again, moral of the story, let them work through the process. And you got to trust the Dodgers that they've shown you time and time again. They will figure it out. Like Mother Nature will find a way. The Dodgers will find a way to still be that protagonist and the team to beat come October. And that's where, and I'm going to use the word, the jealousy comes in the rest of baseball, how deep they can be and how talented that roster is. And, of course, players coming in from the minor league system that always help out. But right now, the guys that they have, puros caballos, they're all working through their process. The offense exploded. And now it's just a matter of Kyle Tucker, Edwin Diaz to join the fiesta. And that's it.
That's it.
Now, the fiesta, and when we come back, we're going to talk about all of this again. But there has been a fiesta in Rams camp. They think that they have their number 2 QB ready to go, and it's not Stetson Bennett. His name's Ty Simpson. But then the fiesta got a little louder because there's this guy named Aaron Donald who was walking around the building again. And that's scary, Papa. It's scary to me. If I'm a QB and I'm seeing Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald looking right at me, wanting to have quarterback crunch, hermano, I ain't bringing the milk. Let me tell you that. We'll talk about that. Obviously, we're going to hit the Lakers ownership drama when we come back as well. The Clippers Kawhi investigation gets a little messier. Mark Walter selling again. We have College Corner here. Broquinho's going to break all of that down. And, of course, the Chargers, I'm about to go to break. I think I want to do it now because once the AC kicks in, my goodness.
You're done.
My mortal enemy, air conditioning. Pause for the Cubs. We'll be back at 97.1 The Fan.
Coach.
Do hear the people kind of pointing the finger at Dave Roberts, saying, why are you throwing him back out there? However, we saw him have a very, very efficient 12-pitch inning earlier this week. However, you can't be blowing saves to the Brewers this late in the season. You just can't. So the way I see it, I think an adjustment does need to be made. It's
Pau Gasol arrives. Oh, yeah. Now we're on to something. I mean, Kobe may have knew. I didn't know. I remember saying to Kobe, I felt like we had enough. Even before Pau arrived, there's enough there. Was it a championship team? Probably not, but can't think that. You have to feel like every time you step on the court, you can win. And then when Pau came, it became easier to think that because of how great he was. So now Kobe's leadership in terms of Pau, Phil's relationship with Pau and getting the best from him, all of those things kind of evolved. And Phil couldn't treat Pau the same way he treated Kobe. Now we have a new all-star Hall of Fame level player. I can't coach him the same. I need to get to know him more. We know kind of how Pau is wired. The way I need to hold him accountable is going to look different than it does for somebody else. That's leadership. That's not being preferential or differential in your treatment.
ESPN is posting this incorrectly. They are putting a fractured leg. Oh, it's a microfracture. Micro is a key word there. Mm-hmm. Can you play on a microfracture? Yeah, I've played on a complete ruptured, fractured, stress fracture.
I played with a completely torn UCL and shoulder and a broken toe in 2 places.
Cool. Do you have multiples in games?
Multiple. Yeah, no. And I they never took me out of a game because I am a badass.
Do we owe Christian and all the former Team USA members nationally, they owe Christian an apology?
Does Landon Donovan, Tim Howard, and all of those people who have called out his lack of performance? Oh, yeah. Did she owe him an apology too? No. No one owes him an apology. And here's the thing, I don't dislike Christian Pulisic. It's just I have been spending the last 5 years being told that this guy is the one that's going to take American soccer to the next level. Based on what I've seen now in 2 World Cups from the guy and him no-showing the Gold Cup with his first opportunity to play with Poch, and now all the reports around, and as much as I want to say they're sources and unverified, Landon Donovan's the one out talking about Christian Pulisic's camp and how he's been handling the press and how it's been a problem for Team USA.
Hey, Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? You know, we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. It felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have, I'm like, think I got it and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like this is we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and I'm like, now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them the true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the 2 next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically, and then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good care of us.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes.
When the MCs came. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I was waiting for it.
Attaboy. Oh, man. One of the best lines ever. You're weak like clock radio speakers, or my stuff's so deep you hear it in radios in tunnels. Well, we're trying to go deep right here. Look at that. Is there a better sequence going into a song other than when they mix in the Kung Fu movie introduction? When I was little, my father was famous. He was the greatest samurai in the empire. Where?
I love that has just that was an aesthetic that they stuck with, because I'm sure early on, and obviously anything with Wu-Tang Clan I look at in hindsight since I was in diapers then, but I love that they stuck with the aesthetic, even though I'm sure early on people were like, what the heck is this Kung Fu movie set? No.
So
we're
cool.
rocking with it, and you guys are going to love it eventually.
So cool. Gets us hype. And then for those of us joining us, it's just Shay, thank you very much. Shay, the DJ today. I mean, it's it gets us fired up. I was sharing that's the record that gets me lit, man. I'm going to do 50 push-ups every time I hear Liquid Swords. But there's a sword back in Rams camp. But before we get to that, there are some reports coming out of my beloved Charger camp 3 injuries. Today there was a joint practice with the 49ers. Chargers faced the Niners on Thursday, preseason game number 2. And Quentin Johnston, who is developing, coming along, and becoming the guy that they envisioned as that first rounder. Still a couple of drops here and there, but the guy has been solid, a solid player, human being all around. Tyler Biadasz, excuse me. I know I'm the Charger broadcaster. I'm still having trouble saying his name.
It's a brutal one.
Biadasz is the right way to say it. My bad. 2 of the reported injuries coming out of Charger camp. How serious they are, we don't know. And the third one was coming in.
Kyle Kennard.
Kyle Kennard, who Kennard, by the way, looked good in that first preseason game. That's a guy that's under the microscope because of pretty much year 1 not working out all that well, and nicks, bumps, bruises, as it happens, as you know. And he's battling. He's in a battle there to be one of the guys on that great defense right now being handled by Chris O'Leary. A lot of talent on that side of the ball. But unfortunately, today, joint practice with the 49ers, and we have 3 injuries to report.
So there wasn't any news on how Kennard was injured. For Quentin Johnston, reports are saying he went up for a contested catch. The landing was a little awkward, and the trainers were working just vaguely on his lower body. So more to come regarding there, but obviously a scary situation. Unfortunately, there is video on the Biadasz knee injury, and why I say unfortunately is because it looked terrible. They're doing some team drills, and left guard Kyoto Aoshika throws his man into Biadasz, who was blocking his man, and as anyone who watches the trenches know, a big 300-pound body being rolled up the backside of a knee of a stagnant body is never a good thing. It is an ugly clip, and all we can do is hope that the injury is not as bad as it looked. But yeah, just a brutal morning for the Chargers. But we will the running theme right now with LA. We will remain optimistic.
Yeah, remain optimistic. Now, just going back to what your point was with the O-line in particular. Last year during the Hall of Fame game, if I were to go through the list of the O-line that was there for the Chargers last year in comparison to the depth there is this year, it's not even worth talking about. This group is deep. This group is fighting. This group is, ironing, sharpening iron. So unfortunately, he suffers the injury there. But Jake Slaughter, who can play center, that's his natural position. He's being tested out at left guard. So maybe that's going to be the move for now until Tyler is okay. When it comes to Kennard, I mean, the advantage of the other Chargers is Miles Purchase is there. Marlo Wax, man, you got to get Marlo Wax some reps. Man,
get
him in there because I love Marlo Wax and what he said, wax on, wax off. And he goes up, and obviously Uncle Bud there at the fourth edge. You're looking at where Kyle Kennard was in the middle of that battle trying to earn himself. Junior Colson is another player trying to earn that spot. Yeah. So a lot of guys fighting for positions and an opportunity there with Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. Unfortunately for Kennard, he couldn't have a derailment like this one. And for Quentin Johnston, the receiver room, Brock, I mean, this season going in, it's a very talented group. And when you look at, I'm excited about Trey Harris, most of all.
Okay.
Of the whole group. And I love Quentin. I love, Lightning McConkey. But, hermano, Trey Harris, Brendan Thompson, I like what I've seen out of them. And we will not forget KLS, Keandre Lambert-Smith, has all the dimensions, all the size, all the speed. So there's some depth there to back up a Chargers team that might not have Quentin Johnston for, we don't know how long, but, unfortunately for him also, he was being looked at. There are, in the NFL, what does it mean? Not for long.
Yes, sir.
In a lot of cases. So the competition is always going to be up, and he couldn't suffer an injury as well. So now somebody else needs to step up, and the guy that's been stepping up as that wide receiver one for my money, that connection with Justin Herbert has been Trey Harris.
Which is special. Mike McDaniel's passing attack in Miami was a lot of lateral throws, and maybe among the most impressive things so far with Chargers camp is how much they're throwing downfield. Now, Tua Tagovailoa's arm was significantly weaker than what Justin Herbert can do, which is a huge factor of that. But why I highlight that is the Chargers wide receiver room, other than Quentin Johnston, who is a bigger possession type of guy, is medium-sized guys who can fly. And they are just loaded with depth with about 4 or 5 medium-sized guys that can fly. You got young Brennan Thompson, who was getting some work with the ones in some early practices I saw as well.
And
So
we can't forget Darius Davis was also fighting for a spot there.
Darius Davis is fighting there. Devontae Ross, undrafted out of Penn State, is getting some runs. So depth is your friend, and as you highlighted, depth at O-line and wide receiver. It doesn't mean you don't want Quentin Johnston and Tyler Biadasz to take those reps when they can, but God forbid if these are significant injuries, Chargers don't have to panic.
Hey, no panic mode there, and we'll see as the story develops. In fact, later on, we're going to check in with Lindsay Payares, who's at Chargers camp, and will bring us the latest. Now, the latest out of, and I know, Rams house.
It's killing
Rams
you.
house. Y que no sé qué. Está bien. You have mariachi, we got banda, so there. Okay, we win. We win. All right, but how much will they win? The Rams. Aaron Donald is doing a lot more than just about coming back. Donald worked out for the Rams for the second time this training camp on Saturday at the team facility in Woodland Hills. He continues to decide if he wants to come out of retirement. An official tryout with Aaron Donald. That's. I mean, hermano, if he wants to play,
Just let us throw him out there.
señor, red carpet. Here, bye. But imagine in a world. It feels like a movie promo.
Yeah.
In a world, you have Aaron Donald coming at you from one side, and the other is Myles Garrett peeling their ears back because they have a lead. Oh, dude, wow, like that's scary. That's scary.
It is. The second official workout took place on Sunday, and it's interesting because his first official workout was a little over a week ago, maybe closer to 2 weeks in. At his media availability later on, the next day, Sean McVay said it was only going to be one workout, and they have their plan set out, and it was all part of it. So the fact that there is a second workout, the question is how much is there to look into or not look into it. Here's what I believe. I believe that for weeks now, Sean McVay, GM Les Snead, and Aaron Donald know what day he is coming back. There is a plan in place. They know Aaron Donald does not need to partake in the preseason. Sean McVay doesn't play starters in the preseason anyway. And when you're part of a team, a team structure and team practice, there are less individual drills that take place. So if Aaron Donald is working himself into game shape, he can learn what to do and what the new terminology is with the new defensive coordinator who hasn't played for yet in Chris Shula. He can learn all of that. A B gap is still a B gap. A slant is still a slant. He needs to spend 2 hours every day not doing team drills, but doing individual drills and getting himself right. So if you're wondering why he hasn't signed yet, if he's ready to go, he needs to take all of his time working on himself, and he cannot do that as a member of the Rams because you can't sign to the Rams and then spend the whole practice on your own field doing your own thing. That's just bad optics. So I believe that they all know what day he's coming back, and I also believe that the reason why he is doing official tryouts is when you do an official tryout, you can meet with the coaches, you can go over playbooks, you can get updated on terminology. And I have no sources regarding this or anything like that. All I have is based off how I know teams operate and how finicky the language is regarding what communication is like with Aaron Donald. But when you come in on a tryout, you can get on the whiteboard, you can watch film, and I would imagine each time he comes in, the Rams can legally say, these are the plays that we installed this week. Take them home with you, take photos, because we can legally exchange all the information. Here are the 10 best plays of our defense in the practice against the Cowboys. Here's where you're going to be. Here's what you would do. So that's why I feel that the official tryouts are necessary just so everything can be above board. But rest assured, Aaron Donald, Sean McVay, and Les Snead have known for a while now what day Aaron Donald's going to come back.
So the first tryout is, okay, it's like you're at the dealership, you're kicking tires, you're checking it out, whatever. You show up the second time.
Yeah.
And now it seems more like it's a preparation for what's to come. Mm-hmm. So let's just imagine that world.
Okay.
Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald. Okay, so let's imagine.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett's used to having to play defense down by 3 touchdowns. Now it's the total opposite. And I want you to walk us through, as a football player, what it means to an offense to have to face both of those guys, Myles Garrett, Aaron Donald, pesadillas, nightmares. Will it be a successful duo? Because obviously the rest of that D, I mean, you can keep going at the talent on that side of the football. Yeah. Shula's got some luxuries, and you're adding a Bentley now.
Yeah. I would say the best way to paint the picture is, for simplicity's sake, we'll just use the number 50. We'll say every single offensive coordinator likes to enter every single game with 50 plays that he can rely on. When Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett are across from you, you have to take 25 of those plays and throw them out. That's the best way I can describe it.
That's a great way.
Because one thing that they can do is, if you align them both on the same side, you have to tell all of your 5 offensive linemen, we are sliding that way, which means whoever is opposite them is going to get minimal attention. Well, opposite them is Byron Young, who had 12.5 sacks last year. You can put Braden Fisk on the opposite side of them. He only had a couple of sacks, but as a defensive end, he is phenomenal and is a star in the making. You still have Kobe Turner on the interior. You take 2 guys whose entire career has been about the entire offensive line knowing where they are at all times. You know, you always hear over the microphone that broadcasts out, 51's the mic, 52's the mic, 53's the mic. They may not announce it, but if Aaron Donald or Myles Garrett are on the field, the first job of the center and the offensive line is to find out, okay, that's where Aaron Donald is, that's where Myles Garrett is. We are going to change our play so that they can't be a factor. Now, they still end up being a factor, but if both of them are on the field, there's only so much you can adjust. You just have to live with the fact of, we can't manipulate this play to avoid both of them, so we just can't run the play. So that's why I say those plays are thrown out. Then you add in, like you mentioned, the other additions of Trent McDuffie, guys like Quentin Lake, guys like Ham Curl, guys like Jalen Watson, and they get to sit back there knowing that the quarterback is only going to have this amount of time. The least amount of time any quarterback is ever going to have is when they're facing the Rams, if Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett are out there on the field at the same time. And as a defensive back, you are salivating knowing I'm going to play on my toes and I'm jumping every route, because deep routes aren't going to be a thing.
Hermano, it's like when Dorothy goes like, lions and tigers and bears, oh my. But the question is, he's 35.
Yeah.
He's been out of football for a couple of years.
Yes, he has.
So is he going to be that Aaron Donald for all we've seen? The physical specimen that man is, and the preparation that he still does. We've seen some of the videos with him with the water bottles in the pool and all these things that, Hermano, he's going to hit the ground running again, and he's excited because Myles Garrett is on the other side, and it's going to be exciting times for that defense and the Rams. Pause for the cause. When we come back, we're going to reset, talk about the Lakers novela going on. Is Edwin Diaz a bad signing? Is Kyle Tucker going to turn it around? Because the Dodgers began the turnaround yesterday in Colorado. We're going to touch all of that, and we're going to go deep into college football. Yes. Broquinho breaking it down on the way back. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
That's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, you know, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents are, I mean, they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Rod, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even like darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, like, get him a trainer with that price and, like, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, like, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape, and whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to, like, you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better, and then that opportunity.
Dude's going through it right now.
I'm sure he is, because he's put so many years of higher performance together. But it also sounded to me like like frustration. He knows he needs to be better, wants to be better for his team and teammates, but that, he's seen everything and he's been through everything. Like, you don't get to where these guys are without having navigated some of these moments and stretches. What I can tell you, though, is, the third time through is, you are on fumes. I don't care how hard you work out in the off season, how much time you put in, what kind of recovery you're trying to do. 3 seasons in a row playing all the way to the end is exhausting. Your body is not what it used to be 2 years ago.
Not to mention the years before that, because, listen, this guy's played to the playoffs every year, both in Boston and here. He's won 4 World Series now, 3 in LA, 1 in Boston. I mean, this guy definitely has played like full seasons post the regular season.
Yeah, and some of it, it's not an age thing, or it's not because of, he's getting older or this, or like, some of it is just, in particular, when you've had such success in the past, like, you have a standard for yourself, and sometimes when that standard isn't being met, like, you can feel I'm not meeting my standard. That's the additional frustrating thing as well that can start to negatively impact your performance, because now you're pressing, you're trying harder, and you're trying to replicate what you used to do or what you normally do when the situation requires you to just be the present version of what you need to be. And so maybe your power isn't there, maybe your speed isn't there, maybe whatever, for whatever the reasons. But what adjustments can you make in real time to try to still be successful for the team? And that's kind of what everybody's going through in some form or fashion. Robleski, who's not the same age as Mookie, but he's not playing well right now. So, again, it's not automatically, like, we like to quickly just go to age or to some, like, easy thing that we can wrap our
All right, we could do a little bit of Metallica. There was a band one time. Do you remember Air Band? Did you ever have that back in the day? Where
Air Band?
Yeah, so high schools would compete, and you'd literally pretend to be a rock band, but you were lip syncing the whole time, and then they would test you. You get to next level, and then you actually had to sing the song. And I'll never forget my boys there in San Isidro. They were like, "Sleeping with one eye, jump on, squeezing your pillow tight." They felt it though.
They
man.
were going through it, man.
But I love that. It's squeezing your pillow tight, man. That was awesome. I'll never want to change that.
It's squeezing
It's
your
squeezing.
pillow tight.
It's sleeping with
that.
one eye open. It's squeezing your pillow tight.
I
Yes,
would
brother.
never
But
forget
brother,
that.
they were jamming it though.
I bet they were rocking
jamming
out,
it.
man.
I thought Kurt Hammett was there at my school doing it. Anyway, we're back on it, and it's the Lakers ownership drama. Enter Sandman El Cucuy in the middle of the night, but it happened in the middle of the day yesterday. The news, the Laker ownership drama continues. Now the Buss family have a lot of talking to do in these next few days, weeks, maybe months. The Dodgers were talking with the Bats in Colorado. They woke up. Edwin Diaz still struggling a little bit. Kyle Tucker struggling a little bit. We've hit those things. Obviously, more to talk about. Chargers, we're going to join Lindsay Payetes a little bit later on. She's at Chargers camp, but already 3 injuries have emerged from that cross-training practice with the 49ers. And then we have ourselves the conversation of football americano colegial. The last 3 years with the Big Ten has pretty much been the bigs, right? The Big Ten, but the Big Three trophies. So has the SEC lost its mojo, baby? Break it all down. College football time, college corner with Broquinho.
Before we jump into this, as humble as you always are, please share your college experience being the voice of the Trojans for a little while.
Yeah, I've had the great experience of being the La Voz de los Troyanos for, let me see here, it was the John David Booty era, just after Carson Palmer, Mark Sanchez, and then later on, what was it? Oh, my goodness, I'm drawing a blank. QB 2008, 2009.
Matt Barkley?
Matt Barkley.
Okay,
There we go.
okay,
See,
okay.
I thought we were going to get more from Matt Barkley, by the way.
Yeah, that's a good
he was a
argument.
hell of a passer.
He was, man. He was special.
But yes, it was a special time to be the voice of the Troyanos, and especially during the Rose Bowl. I was there versus
right. You
BY,
would've been
Papa.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Lendell White and company, and Reggie Bush, just to throw it out there, the greatest college football player my eyes have
right there with
ever
you, sir.
seen. What a caballo Reggie Bush was playing for USC. Pero, hermano, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Much love to the USC familia. Pero adelante, break it all down. Where are they at? Are they there? Let me see. 1, 2, 3. No. Where's USC at?
14.
Yeah, los B. With BYU?
Yeah, there you go. Full circle.
Hermano.
It all comes full circle.
Dale.
We're going to jump right into it. So the AP Top 25 has come out. The coaches poll came out a little while back. The AP poll is what most media outlets are going to go off of. So we're just going to run down this list, point out some notable names, a lot of them Big Ten names, since that is who our Trojans and Bruins are going to run into. Number 1, Ohio State. Can't say I'm terribly surprised, but they're in such a unique place where last year they accomplished as much as you could accomplish without receiving any hardware, meaning they dominated. They dominated most of the season. 12-0 start. They spent 14 weeks as the number 1 team in the country. They beat Michigan. Finally, after what seems like forever, they beat Michigan. But they don't win the Big Ten, and they get bounced in their first game in the CFP. So if you are Ohio State, you are expected to be number 1, but you know you have a ton of work to do. They have games at Texas, at Iowa, at Indiana, at USC, at Oregon. It's going to be a tough year for Ohio State, but it is Ohio State. Number 2, you have Oregon, who, similar to Ohio State in that they've accomplished so much in the regular season, but when it comes to the postseason, they came up short last year. 10-plus wins every year under Dan Lanning. But it's time to not just win the Big Ten, which they have done 2 years ago. It's time to win the national championship, and anything short of that, the only question that will remain perpetually for Dan Lanning is when is that first national championship for Oregon going to come? Number 3, we have Georgia. You ask about the SEC. The SEC reign was a special one, but it is officially over. It is stamped as over, and Georgia...
And even through the draft picks, right?
Yes.
The Big Ten, I mean, they're loading up the NFL and SEC dropped a little bit.
The gap between draft picks between the Big Ten and SEC is closing in, as the 3 reigning national championships have all been different teams from the Big Ten. The reign is over. It was special, but the reign is over. Number 4, Notre Dame, which I understand the first poll is about branding, and Notre Dame is as dominant a brand internationally as you could ask for. But they are not the 4th best team in the country. There's so much projection there with quarterback C.J. Carr, who, for a freshman, had a phenomenal year. But the only games where he passed for more than 300 yards were against 2-10 Arkansas and 7-5 NC State. Notre Dame is number 4 because they are Notre Dame, not because they're the 4th best team in the country. Rounding out the top 5 is Texas, and the story of Arch Manning is better than the quarterback Arch Manning. We want him to be great because of his last name. I feel like I'm watching a different player than the player that everyone says is potentially the best quarterback in this draft, that may have been the best quarterback in last year's. I don't know. Maybe my film is edited or something.
I'll jump in.
Please.
I've seen him because that's one position I pay close attention to, and I don't see it either, man.
I don't know
see
what
it.
I'm missing.
But maybe again because of the pedigree, because of the understanding of playbooks, because of the understanding of just the grid alone, and having that family of Jedi hermano from abuelo all the way down to dad and tío. Okay, but I have yet to see it.
Yes, and again, is he a good quarterback? Of course he's a good quarterback, but when people talk about him in the way that they do, it's because his last name is Manning, and because having Eli Peyton's nephew tearing it up in the NFL would be awesome. Having Eli Peyton's nephew winning a national championship would be awesome, but it's actually unfair to him at the end of the day, because this expectation is set that from what we have seen, things could change from what we have seen, he's just nowhere near.
So you're saying that if his name was Arch Garcia, they probably wouldn't really be paying any mind other than Matthew McConaughey. He'd be paying close attention.
Matthew McConaughey would know who he is, but that's about it.
Yeah.
And it's unfair that that's the position that he has been put in. Number 6, Indiana, who I feel should be a top 3 team. What Curt Cignetti has done over the past 2 years, he's lost 2 games.
Unreal.
He's 27-2, and he lost both of those games in the first season. What he's done, you could argue, is the best coaching performance over a 2-year span of any coach in any sport at any level. And yes, they lose Fernando Mendoza, but they bring in a transfer quarterback, Josh Hoover. It was far more accomplished than Fernando Mendoza was when he first packed his bags and headed out to Bloomington. They bring back wide receiver Charlie Becker, and they have Nick Marsh transferring over. Indiana, in my opinion, should be the favorite for the national champion. But I love that they're number 6 because they will have a chip on their shoulder. As we speed along here, some notable ones. Number 11, LSU. Get ready for the Lane Kiffin experience.
Is that going to work?
No. But it will be entertaining. And that is the Lane Kiffin experience. You're not going to win a championship, but you are going to be entertained. Alabama at 13, they're going to disappoint a lot of people, and I hope that those fans can be reasonable regarding Kalen DeBoer. He is not Nick Saban, but he is a dang good football coach. Give him a chance and leave that man alone when he's walking around town. USC at 14, CFP or bust. The fact that the Trojans have not made the college football playoff is hard to wrap my brain around. All the talent is there. Lincoln Riley knows the expectation of him, and if you are a gambling man, put some money on Jaden Maiava to win the Heisman, because if USC does have a big year, Jaden Maiava will be the forefront of it, and he will be a Heisman winner. Let's throw out 2 more for you. 17 at Washington, quarterback DeMond Williams, in my opinion, is the most exciting player in college football. Washington, I feel, is a dark horse to be a CFP team. And lastly, I want to go somewhere out of left field. 24, Louisville. Expect Louisville to be a dark horse to win the ACC. Jeff Brom will have some insane wins. He gets the best out of his team against the best players, and that is your top 25 for the
One
AP
last
poll.
question real quick before we go. Trinidad Chambliss. What do you see him doing?
Good. I do not see them as a CFP team. I do think Lane Kiffin's absence and taking a lot of guys with him is going to hurt him. But Trinidad Chambliss, if you're a gambling man, throw some money on him for Heisman as
Ya
well.
está. Ya lo dijo Broquinho, así que lock
There
it
we
down,
go.
papá. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We'll be back.
if a 24-year-old is struggling and a 34-year-old is struggling, that's not an age thing.
No.
Right? That's just part of sports and part of life. And you just have to figure out how to navigate these things. And to me, Mookie has world-class experience in navigating adversity and will ultimately do things that are going to help this team win.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's going to be...
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are going to be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I
Yacht
can tell
Rock?
you the answer to that. No. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please, like, get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some
We
people
all celebrate there, though.
Trust me, I love it, but get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this, no question.
What do you take away from that? It was really, more for him to kind of just continue to do the things that I've kind of shared with you guys, and so he looked great, and he's still continuing to go through his process. No new news on that front.
You have said, the arrow is pointing upward.
Yep.
Is this just another step in that, or do you
It
think
is.
that just solidifies things?
No, I think we've had we've had a plan in place for a while, like I've kind of told you guys, and the workout was one of those things. And really, it was kind of semantical to be able to use the equipment and things like that to fall under the legalities of CBA. And so he's very deliberate and intentional about what this looks like. I'm careful to say, like, things are going in the right direction. He's feeling good, but we're not to where we are able to say whether or not he is or isn't ready to do it. But he's doing great, and he looked outstanding, as I think all of us would expect.
Which Cy Young ace do you trust more on the Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen? Do you trust Tarek Skubal or Blake Snell? And I'll give you my answer right now. Of course I trust Blake Snell more. It's a man that's pitched in multiple World Series now, not only for the Dodgers, but for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's won 2 Cy Youngs the same way Tarek Skubal has. Tarek Skubal hasn't had the opportunity to pitch deep into an October. This is going to be potentially his first real opportunity. Doesn't mean I don't trust Tarek Skubal. Absolutely do. He's had about a B-plus start and a B-minus start for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But first game out of the microneedling surgery for Blake Snell, it was an A-plus. A-plus start, A-plus stuff. I can't stress enough how encouraging isn't even the word. Encouraging is that he threw 85 pitches. Incredible is that he dominated.
Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying.
La empresa está en problemas. El magnate Walter tiene que venderlo todo. La Laker familia está en guerra porque vendió a los púrpura y oro. Vendió sus acciones en Chelsea. Y ahora, ¿qué pasará? ¿Llegará el drama al Cerro Azul? ¿Podrán superarlo todos los del Chávez Ravine? Sin distracciones por la venta de tantas acciones y ruptura de tantas relaciones. Esta noche por Univision. How'd you like our novela? A little novela intro?
I feel like I am
Hey, Shay found some good novela music, by the way.
Shay found the good music.
That's good. That's good.
You just took me back to being 5 years old at my grandma's house in the middle of Illinois, and she went out to the store but left the TV on, and I'm not old enough to change the TV, so I'm just watching a novella that I can't understand at 5 years old. That's exactly what you took me back to.
Hermano, I'm glad I was able to transport you, but I know that for the Laker fan that understands and the Dodger fans that understand and speak Spanish, drama is it's an international language, right? It doesn't matter. Everybody speaks drama. And another week, another Mark Walter sports property potentially being sold just days after Walter's stunning Lakers sale. A new report says that Walter and Dodgers co-owner Todd Boehly are considering selling their minority stakes in Chelsea Football Club. Naturally, that brings the question back to the tierras de Aztlán. Could the Dodgers eventually be next, Brock?
Yeah, and it's something that we have to consider because Mark Walter, of course, is under federal investigation for fraud. And when you hear that a billionaire is under investigation as a, I guess we'll call it common man, you kind of say, oh, well, it's not like they actually do jail time. They'll get a slap on the wrist. They don't have to sell their assets. They don't have to do anything. But as we now understand, after a couple weeks, it's, oh, no, this is a real thing. This isn't a slap on the wrist. He is truly facing something serious. Now, what's going to be difficult is deciphering what is real and what isn't. But one thing that we know is real is that Mark Walter is attempting to get liquid. He is attempting to get cash. He is under investigation for fraud, and reports are saying that he has some kind of an agreement where he has a window of opportunity to get money to where it needs to be, or to get his books right is the best way to put it. So the $12.5 billion that he received via the Lakers sale is supposed to help quite a bit. The 12.8% stake in Chelsea, to be fair, reports are saying that tensions between his partner there and the Chelsea club in general has been a little high. So this has been ongoing, but obviously the investigation is putting a little more pressure on it.
A few days.
Yes.
Two major sports franchises that he's like, you know what? Thank you very much.
And so to sit here and say, which his team has, that, oh, the Lakers, I'm sorry, not the Lakers, the Dodgers are not there's no potential that the Dodgers get sold. Well, if you're sitting here as a fan, you're looking at their track record saying, how am I supposed to believe that? I'm sitting here as a Dodger fan expecting the Dodgers to be sold.
Well, that's the word. But a source told the California Post that Walter's still not planning to sell the franchise. But the word I put more, I guess, weight into still. Still. Keyword, still. Dodgers president Stan Kasten also tried to separate the Dodgers from Walter's Lakers situation last week. He said this is a Lakers story. It's not really a Dodgers story. No reason to think that Walter and Guggenheim provide the Dodgers, would make a change. But now Walter selling another sports asset, it raises a couple of eyebrows and a couple of red flags. We don't know. And again, the man knows what he's doing with his business. He's in his situation, like you mentioned. But like the AC came on again. But
you versus the AC.
Me versus the AC, man. It's gonna be a battle. It's like in that. What's that? Is it a Family Guy where he's battling the chicken the whole time?
Every episode.
It's me and the AC, man, going at it. But Dodger fans have to wonder. It's like, are we next? Yep. Is something going to happen with the Dodgers in the Walter situation? They say no. But, I mean, you see how business works and operates, man. Dollar's king in the end.
Yes, it is. There is nothing, well, on two fronts. There's nothing that a man will do to avoid going to prison, especially if he has the means to avoid it. And there's nothing that someone who is selling off all their assets can say to comfort people who root for one of the remaining assets. I mean, it has to be something to be considered. Another thing to consider is, again, reports are saying that Mark Walter is in a race against the clock to get his books right, to get money where it's supposed to go before the hammer comes down, and that he has until the end of the year to do so. Jeannie Buss and the sibling feud. If I am not an econ major. I'm just trying to connect dots that for some reason keep appearing for Lakers fans and Dodgers fans. If the Jeannie Buss sibling lawsuit delays the sale of the Lakers, I'm wondering, if you are Mark Walter, how much that affects his situation as he needs to get liquid. But more importantly, one thing I want to bring up is Shohei Ohtani's key man clause. I'm sure many Dodgers fans have heard about it. As a reminder, Shohei reportedly has it in his contract that if one of two things, if Andrew Friedman is removed as president and GM, or if Mark Walter sells the team, his contract at that exact moment is null and void. He has come out and said, again, not him, but his team has come out and said, well, he's not really thinking about that or worried about that. He likes being a Dodger. Don't worry about that. But right now, LA fans are paranoid, and that is something that is also at the forefront of my mind right now.
So how much does this all affect the Dodgers on the field? I mean, they have their own issues. We've been discussing it, right, for the last couple of hours. The Edwin Diaz situation, the investment in him, the investment in Kyle Tucker. Do they turn it around? They did. They woke up the bats in Colorado. This is a team that, for my money, they're going to end up battling again for the Banderín there in the National League. Who's going to be on the other side? I don't know. But in the meantime, these are things that cannot be ignored. These are storylines that are going to be asked, or at least the questions that are going to be asked at every press conference moving forward. Dave's going to have to field them. The whole organization is going to have to field them. But where does the Dodger fan stand, right? So much drama. That's why we started with the novela. Like imagine you are going through the best of times when it comes to championships, and the Dodgers, look what they've done and accomplished over these last couple of years. You're hoping in this year going into the Lakers, you're excited about Luka and company. Like they're excited to probably make a nice run in the Western Conference. And all of this is happening, and then boom, here comes the novela outside of basketball, outside of baseball. And it's the ownership group, it's the changes of ownership, and all of the drama that it's causing. And for a Laker-Dodger fan, hardcore, their heads have to be spinning.
Yes, it's beyond a distraction. Now, when you are a player, what any coach will tell you, or it's very rare, but if a GM wants to have a meeting and they tell you, don't focus on the distractions. Don't be a distraction. And oftentimes, maybe a guy has a rough night, makes some mistakes, and he gets arrested. Your coach will come into the team meeting and say, don't let that be a distraction. Let him handle that. You're going to get a lot of questions about it. Don't let it be a distraction. If a guy gets injured, if a guy's on the trade block, if a guy drunkenly tweets something that he shouldn't have, the common phrase for regardless of sport is don't be a distraction. When the very structure of the team is at stake, it's impossible for it not to be a distraction. Because say you have a teammate who gets in trouble, your coach knows that he's still the coach. Your GM knows he's still the GM. The ownership knows that they're the ownership. But when it's the top down, not only do the players not know where they stand, JJ Redick doesn't know how long he's going to be the coach, or Rob Pelinka doesn't know how stable
so much insecurity pops
everything
up.
from the media forward roles, or the major roles we'll call it, to the people working in the cafeteria who make your food every day. They don't know if their job's safe. The guy who parks your car, if you got a valet situation, they don't know if they're everyone is on edge. And I really want to stress how it is impossible to keep that outside of the building when every single person from the ownership down just doesn't have an answer of what things are going to look like a year from now or even tomorrow. And I have to imagine that level of stress. Maybe it's a good thing that the Dodgers are on the road right now, but that level of uncertainty is definitely going to be waiting for them the second they get back to California.
And when you look at both sides, you mentioned J.J. Redick. We obviously know and mentioned Dave Roberts. Those are two great leaders. They've proven it. I'm going to trust them that they're going to do just that. Guys, let's just focus on the sport. Let's focus on what we can control. And that's what it comes down to as well. Focus on what you can control. But it is a distraction. And for Laker Dodger fans, there's also a soul searching happening, right? With everything that's been in the news and the ties and the connections. And, You name it all. It's been a crazy few months right here in Southern California, in particular in LA, with the two beloved teams being the Dodgers and the Lakers. But with all that drama aside, hermano, the Clippers are going through their own drama with Kawhi Leonard, and it's kind of taking a back seat. And Clippers are like, oh, yeah, right. It's always happening. We always get the back seat. You guys never talk about us. And then when you do, it's something negative. No, I mean, it's just what it is right now, and this is the story, and it's going to be a story the rest of the way, and the players, they have to focus on their winning ways, period. No excuse. They got to just let it all play out. It's out of their control.
This has been one of the strangest off seasons for Los Angeles fans. No matter what team you root for, they're going through something unprecedented, and you just have to find a way as a player to deal with it. Why it affects the Clippers so much is because the trade is paused. We're sitting here August 18th. Training camp starts in a month, and you don't even know who your teammates are. Brandon Ingram doesn't know if he's a Raptor or a Clipper. Kawhi doesn't know which team he's playing. Now, I'm not showing sympathy for Kawhi if he is guilty of the things that they're alleging, but in a world where he truly had no idea about any of this is going on, he's sitting there thinking, what do I tell my family? Like my kids started school last week and they don't know if we're moving to Toronto or not. You know, like it affects everything. Steve Ballmer and whatever employees that are now being investigated for whatever vague rule they're trying to slap on them that they violated. You don't know what the staff is. You don't know who the players are. This is absolute chaos, and it is impossible as a player. You know, you're going to go in front of the camera and say the right thing, but it is impossible as a player to get up every single day and pretend like things are okay or that they're normal. You are just clouded with uncertainty at every turn in that building.
That's it. It feels like in that movie Spider-Man was like, raindrops falling on my head. You know, like everything's just going wrong. That's Dodger Laker fan right now. If you want to jump into the subject, talk to us, 855-97 LA Fan, 855-975-2326, 855-975-2326. Jump on the horn. Let us know how you feel. If you want to share your feelings, again, coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. So imagine a world where the players actually do focus somehow, some way, harness the lightning. What do we see with the Lakers? What do we see in the postseason for the Dodgers? And let me, because obviously we've been talking about the Dodgers enough, but just to kind of ask you this question. Everything that's happening with the Buss family, the Mark Walter, the obviously selling the team, and here comes Kirshner, here comes Iger. What's going on? Take us through the mind of the professional athlete, and in this case, Luka and company. I mean, yes, focus on basketball, but what we're going to see out of the Lakers, without the distractions, is this a team that will step it up in the Western Conference and say, all right, guys, move over. It's our turn.
In a perfect world where 5 minutes from now we get a tweet that says, hey, the Lakers front office situation is all figured out. No worries. Everything's perfect. And they can go out and play basketball distraction-free. I see this new look Lakers struggling to find their pieces in the first 30 games. I see a team that has all the talent that they need to make an impact come playoffs, but it's going to take time to find out who works best with who. When you accrue so many new faces and the old centerpiece of LeBron James is no longer there, it's just going to take time to figure out.
Well, that's why Luka invited everybody.
Which is a big thing.
Big to the rancho, right?
Yes.
Carne asada.
Yes. Yes, the Lakers are taking a family trip to Slovenia. Luka is hosting, which is awesome because the biggest thing that Luka needs to do this year, other than being an incredible basketball player, is being a leader. And as great of a basketball player as he is, Dallas, from a maturity standpoint, was kind of Kyrie Irving's thing, and then when he came over here, of course, it was Luka's team, but LeBron was the emotional, mature guy. So awesome that Luka is already taking the necessary steps to be that guy. But in those first 30 games, it's going to be figuring out who are our best five, and among Luka, Reeves, and Kessler, who are your three best pieces, who can be off the court with who works best with Kessler when Luka's not out there, who does Reeves work best with when Luka's not out there, and it's going to take time to figure that out. All that being said, the Western Conference runs through the Spurs, and the Lakers, as we sit here right now, are not going to be better than the Spurs. They're not going to be better than OKC, who still thinks they're better than the Spurs. But outside of those two teams, there's no team that the Lakers should be cowering from. I know that people are excited about the Timberwolves. I see that thing imploding. We talked about Lane Kiffin last segment. I think the Timberwolves, with the addition of LaMelo Ball, are going to be entertaining, but they're going to be entertainingly a disaster. So I do not see them as a threat. The Nuggets, as long as Nikola Jokic is there, is going to be a problem, but they took a pretty significant step back last year and didn't really do much this offseason, and there's no reason to be afraid of them. So as I see it right now, I see the Lakers having a year where if the seeding works out, they can find their way to the Western Conference Finals, but I expect nothing less than a second-round appearance.
And how do you remedy Wemby and all this? Because I do think that the Lakers, with Luka healthy, they're going to jump OKC for my money.
I love that.
But Wemby, how do you counter arrest ese gigante? Man.
I think you just have to hope he has a bad day. Like Victor Wembanyama is so unlike anything that we've seen.
Unreal.
There isn't a blueprint yet for him. You know, like when you face Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, okay, well there have been ball dominant guys who are money from mid-range before. Let's go back and look what teams did to stop those guys. Right? There's no blueprint for a 7'4" guy who is as athletic as your point guard, who can handle the ball like your point guard, or who is putting on weight to be able to bang down low like any big. Like he can do everything. When you have a game against Wemby, you have to pray that your big men are athletic enough to cover him all over the court. Walker Kessler can't. How many people can? I don't know. OG Anunoby was able to. Karl Anthony Towns was able to. Both of those guys live in New York, So, unfortunately, there is no answer to Wemby. I would hope by the end of this year there is some kind of blueprint out on how to stop him. But for this season, you're just going to have to pray.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. The only time I've ever seen him be dropped back down to earth, gold medal game, Olympics in Paris, where it took the cookings of chef, all right? Senora Curry, who for my money was the MVP. I know they gave it to LeBron.
It was
but for
Steph.
me, it was Steph, man. And obviously it took a dream team level group of guys to kind of counter arrest Wemby and what other he was surrounded with, representing France, a whole different thing and a whole different player. And he's matured. He's just getting better. He's figuring it out. So, yes, it's going to be a process figuring out how. And you said it yesterday, right? You can't stop them. You can only hope to contain certain type of players, as the cliche goes in sports. We will be back. We're going to again reset with the Lakers and the Bus family situation that's brewing. Of course, we're going to touch upon the Dodgers, and we're going to go to Chargers camp, talk to Lindsay Payares to get it all from Chargers camp. And Reportes del Rayo are telling us it's been 3 injured players in that training session with the 49ers. But there are words already coming in from camp from Jake Slaughter. We're going to listen to him because he's going to move right into that center position for the time being. Pause for the cause. We'll be back on 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
And we could keep going back for years, but well, anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, well, congratulations
I mean,
to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big-time fan and just so much respect for
not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras, and we were just having a conversation about Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth, and in basketball, there's always these comparison with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to obviously in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry, they've all, ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's like it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building, it's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is hard, is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total game.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again, it's all I could ask for, honestly.
I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. Two-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place, take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought from what I've seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. I turn my head and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. It's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT. So don't take it too personally.
You got to face a 2-time MVP in Patrick Mahomes in practice for 4 seasons. Saw a lot of elite talent, quarterback talent in the AFC. What is it about Matt Stafford that makes him so special?
His knowledge for the game. I think he always knows where to go with the ball, and just his arm strength and ball placement. Just separate him a little bit and make him one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
You're a Georgia native, but you do have some SoCal ties. Played JUCO at Ventura College. What's your best memory from your time there?
The shook ones, papa. Venga. Laker fans, Dodger fans are shook right now. ¿Que no? Yes. And some Charger fans también, according to some of the reports coming out of Chargers camp. Now, if you missed any part of the conversation, search Brock and Alex Wherever you get your podcasts, you can catch the full show, individual hours, and all of the biggest moments. In for Alex, I'm AGM, Adrian Garcia Marquez, with the great Broquinho. Brock Vereen, pero Broquinho. Papá, el crack. Hermano, Lindsey Payares is out there at Chargers camp today, joint practice with the 49ers. And the last thing that we want to hear come out of any camp, and for my money, for me in particular, coming out of Chargers camp, is that there are players already registered with injuries after their little throwdown this morning with the Niners.
Yes, unfortunately, center Tyler Biadasz was carted off the field with an apparent knee injury. Wide receiver Quentin Johnston left practice and was seen with trainers limping after leaping for a contested catch. And linebacker Kyle Kennard, we don't know what his injury is, but he is said to have suffered an injury, all with the joint practice with the 49ers this morning. We will remain optimistic. I will say, though, the Tyler Biadasz injury does have film of it on social media. It looks gruesome, it looks bad, and all we can do is hope it's miraculously better than it looks.
And, in fact, we have Lindsey, was there all morning covering the Chargers, covering the Niners. And we have sound because the heir apparent is the guy that Joe Ortiz brought in particularly for a situation such as this one. They've been testing him out at left guard. He's looked good. He looked good against the Texans. Looks strong, looks tough. But now he goes back to his natural position for the time being at center. And Lindsey was able to catch up with Jake Slaughter.
Yeah, it's well, okay. So on one hand, Jake Slaughter being able to play center and guard, for those who don't know much about trench play, in recent years it's pretty interchangeable. Now they don't really call you a guard or a center; they just call you an interior offensive lineman. There is sort of an assumption that if you're a really good guard in college, that you also played center at some time, and vice versa. But I would love to hear you break down what you know about the camp battle when Tyler Biadasz, pre-injury, was what was going to be the starting center among Coyote Aoshika, Jake Slaughter, Branson Taylor, Trey Pipkins.
Yeah, like Branson Taylor, for example. That guy, he's looked phenomenal.
Okay.
I mean, overall, again, back to the Chargers. I should look up the names that we had on the roster last year at this time,
Right.
Going into O-line with Rashawn and Joe Alt, obviously there, but the injuries at O-line and the lack of protection and the lack of a center for most of the season there for the Chargers, even though, yes, there was a body playing center, but it felt like a door open in the middle of the night, and the thieves were able to get in because it was unlocked, and it was tough. It was tough for Justin. But Herbert never made any excuses. Harbaugh and company never made excuses for what was, the work in progress that was the O-line. Going into this year, and you mentioned all the names, Taylor, Ayoli, obviously Jake Slaughter there. Guys have stepped up. There's more depth. And if Rashawn Slater ends up, for all we've seen, yes, it's been a little bit of a process over these last couple of weeks to get him right. But Rashawn Slater, Joe Alt anchoring that O-line and them being healthy with the emergence of some of these guys that we're mentioning, Jake Slaughter being one of those guys. Biadasz was obviously a centerpiece, no pun intended. The O-line has looked dominant. It's looked tough, and we always use that phrase, iron sharpening iron.
Yeah.
The defensive front for the Chargers is as tough as it comes, and they've been going to war every single day, making each other better. So there's depth. That's the good news. Finally, there's some depth at O-line for the Chargers. And in this system with Mike McDaniel and all that's going to entail, the complications with that playbook. So you need guys ready. And all I've seen throughout camp is that guys are more than ready. So next man up, Jake was basically saying that. They mentor each other. They work with each other. They help each other, which means they're going to lift each other.
Yeah, offensive lineman, I feel is a misunderstood position at times, because you look at a group of wide receivers or a group of DBs, right? sometimes your starting your wide receiver one is on the outside. Sometimes he's lined up in the slot. Sometimes your guy who's typically in the slot is on the right side. Now he's on the left side as a wideout. What's going on? It's fairly interchangeable. Defensively, sometimes Trent McDuffie is outside at corner. Sometimes he's at nickel. Sometimes Quentin Lake's at safety. Sometimes he's at nickel. Guys can do multiple things. And typically for offensive line, hopefully you have a cornerstone, dominant, big money guy at your left tackle. If you're the Chargers, you're lucky to have two of those in Rashawn Slater and Joel. But offensive line is similar to wide receiver or DB, where throughout the year, guys are being moved around constantly. You hear phrases like swing tackles. You have guys like Trevor Penning, who was drafted as a tackle in New Orleans, but is likely going to be seeing snaps at guard if the Chargers need him. So I do like to remind people that offensive line is a moving thing. Versatility is a thing there, and guys aren't necessarily locked into one position. Based off what you've seen, the only two Chargers training camp practices you've missed has been when you've blessed us with your presence over the last 2 days.
Thank you for inviting me.
There, of course.
For Alex.
We're lucky to have you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And you of course were watching closely the preseason game. If this was a game week, who would be the starting left guard now that Jake Slaughter is at center? Has someone stood out among the rest?
Ayoade has stepped out quite a bit. Travis Burke, we've seen Branson Taylor. Again, back to the versatility. There are options, right? And that's the good thing. And that is you attribute it to Joe Ortiz and the way that they evaluate talent, and they've added the depth necessary. Now, I got to say this, man, and I'll share this with you because of the O-line being so athletic as well. Like you see Joel, and like I've told you, I've dropped nicknames on my guys and throughout different sports, and I feel it, but I call them the Thunder Mountains, man. It's literally, that's what we have at O-line. The Chargers have mountains. They're not players. They're not men. They are mountains, and they are athletic. I mean, I'll give you an example. You mentioned Trey Pipkins a few moments ago. We're in Sao Paulo, and we had just finished having a meal. And then we grabbed the basketball. There was a little basketball/soccer court, right?
Okay.
A hotel in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Of course, it's going to have /basketball/football kind of court. So we start shooting the basket. Then the O-line comes out. And all of a sudden, Joel comes out, man. He's showing you, he's doing some Jordan little stuff, whatever. He's hitting like jumpers, like Chris Paul little jumpers, like nothing. Like what an athlete. How impressive it is to see a man that giant, a player that big and move around so swiftly, so athletically. And then comes Trey Pipkins. Pipkins is probably the guy that can dunk. Pipkins was all over, and they were having a great time. We ended up playing horse. But I just was observing, like, first I'm like, this is pretty cool. I get to play horse with the O-line, right? But the second most impressive thing was just watching them move around, playing another sport. They're not lugging around. No, these are prime athletes. And then the best athlete of all comes out, sees his O-line out there. So Justin Herbert hits the court. He comes over. And literally, first shot, hitting threes like Steph Curry. Like, man, what?
What's going on?
This is a talented bunch. And again, the mentality is the next man up, and they all help each other. This is truly a Rayo Familia. And this is not good news, especially Quentin Johnson, who's feeling the pressure from a Trey Harris and the arrival of Brendan Thompson. And you can't forget Ladd McConkey. We always forget Ladd McConkey in these conversations, taking him for granted right now. David Njoku, you add him to that group. Yeah. So Mike McDaniel has some weapons, and the O-line has some depth. The Chargers are going to be okay. I'm looking out for the players themselves. Great guys. And Quentin Johnson, I hope that he's going to be all right. Obviously, with Tyler, I haven't really had a chance to talk to him too much, but wishing him a quick recovery. But once we get more, and Kyle Kennard being the other guy.
Yeah.
He's a guy that I liked when Joe drafted him, but he just hasn't, like Junior Colson, both of them struggled a little bit last year. But all of the signs were pointing towards positive with the entire group. These three injuries right now put a little bit of a wet towel, on today, that joint practice with the Niners as they prepare for Thursday against the Niners here at SoFi. But luckily, this time around, there's more depth than we've ever seen at O-line for the Chargers since Justin Herbert has been there.
The depth aspect is so key because we talk about Mike McDaniel, new offensive coordinator, and what separates him is how creative he can be. in the offensive line. The only reason he can be so creative, the only reason he can take run plays that you've been running your whole life and run them in a way that somehow you've never thought was possible. Like that's what Mike McDaniel does. He makes defenses say, I didn't even know you could do that. Why that's possible is because of the athleticism of the offensive lineman. I love that you highlighted that. If you ever get bored and want to kill 20 minutes, go look up whoever the starting 5 offensive linemen are on your favorite team and realize all of them were 4-star high school basketball prospects. Like these guys are all 6'5" or taller, and they didn't put the weight on until they got to college, right? Like playing as a true freshman offensive lineman is so rare in college because most of them play multiple sports. They're also shot putters or baseball players. Like you don't associate offensive linemen with athleticism. Yes, they may not have the same athleticism of your wide receiver, but they're still in the 99th percentile of athleticism of humans. You know what I mean?
There's one guy, and I know you've seen him. I call him Canelote. He's a big, giant Canelo Alvarez, which is Scott Matlock.
Oh, yeah.
Hermano, talk about versatility and giving the roster, giving Jim options, and yet he's battling to stay on the roster. You know what I mean? That's how deep the talent is, but plays on both sides of the ball and also adds specials. I mean, it's phenomenal, and you're right. I mean, these athletes are, they're coming into the NFL and more athletic as we get. Bigger también, eh?
Yeah.
Bigger, more athletic, and scarier. Then when you have this system, Mike McDaniel, and you talk about that, the run establishing everything else, and it's going to be key. And the mismatches and the mismatch hell that offense is going to create. And then you have the best, yes, I'm saying it, not the best quarterback in LA, the best quarterback in the NFL, Justin Herbert, is going to have protection. Pedro offers you his protection. Yes, hermano, lots of protection for Justin Herbert and weapons galore. So, yes, Quentin Johnston, luckily, he obviously suffers the injury today, but there's some depth at O-line. There's some depth, obviously, at wide receiver coming into this season, and there's definitely depth on the defensive side of the ball. So we hope for the best. Quick recovery for all three, but things are looking right as we get ready for Chargers season because Jim Harbaugh, Joe Ortiz have made it that way.
Coach, you feel the juice, Coach?
Dude, I love those.
Yesterday we had a La Bamba reference. Today we got Napoleon Dynamite. You always got something up your sleeve. Wishing the best for Tyler Biadasz, but
Yes.
Chargers fans, as you just heard, remain calm. It's fine. The biggest attribute that second-round rookie center Jake Slaughter had coming out of Florida was his IQ. He's going to pick this thing right up, and Justin Herbert will be in good hands.
And that is it. And puro Charger power. You're on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm with Broquinho. I'm in for Alex Curry, and we will be back.
My first college game, I had 3 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. So
Yeah, that's pretty memorable.
Yeah.
It's interesting hearing that your first pick overall is looking really good and it's being framed as a problem. This is the most Raider thing I've ever heard in my life. Your quarterback is playing too good. That's a problem, Raider fans. Do you know why it's a problem? Because we just hired the one and only Kirk Cousins. And we got Kirk Cousins basically to mitigate the season so we can give Fernando Mendoza some time to kind of season, possibly learn under a seasoned quarterback such as Kirk Cousins. And it's a great thing on paper. However, the reports coming out of Raider camp is Kirk Cousins doesn't look nearly as good as the young Fernando Mendoza.
Modric, the amount of games he's played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magic
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Hey, Ronaldo went back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
That
like
was sarcasm.
I see the
Yeah, you
sarcasm.
got it.
It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi's the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, He is back at Comedy Store a little bit.
I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on DMAC and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
DMAC. I'm gonna hurt his back spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? This is digressed.
That
That
good.
comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
DMAC.
Should we do say what do you they can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no.
It's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
Big secrets.
Oh man. Hey,
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Slide, bro.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face to face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am. Way more athletic, and I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season. And so he walks into the room, and everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook it, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So, yeah, that was it's my Dodgers story.
Part of why I'm doing this, because the show starts with me. Part of why I'm doing this is to try to help us get out of this idea that we have to label athletes anything, right? Like, why is he a mercenary, right? Why can't he just be a guy that worked at a job for 8 years? His contract at the job was up, and he's choosing to go work somewhere else. So then why do we have to start labeling it like it's a negative thing, and he hated the city and he didn't love the city? What about I just want to go work somewhere else, and that's fine?
I didn't tell you or your partner that you guys should agree with me.
No,
I didn't. Let me just.
Not agree with you.
I didn't tell you.
Watch Brock and Alex live and subscribe at youtube.com @TheFanLA. In for Alex, I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez, AGM for the Amigos. Baroquinho. I've been looking forward to this. When I found out about it, I'm like, wait, what is this? What are we doing? Hermano, spill the tea, pues. Dame el chisme.
Hey, you hear that? The kettle's on, and Brock Vereen is here to spill the tea.
Welcome in to Spill the Tea, because there is no cup of coffee like the afternoon cup of coffee, but before we can have that cup of coffee, we first have to spill the tea. Something got buried last week because the announcement that was likely scheduled without any idea of what was going to shake around that morning of Russell Westbrook's retirement. It got buried by the news of the Lakers sale. It's a beautiful video narrated by Michael B. Jordan. I'm not going to spoil what's in the video. It's like 4 minutes, and take your time and go watch it. But because that announcement was buried, and because every day since the Dodgers and Lakers and Clippers can't stay out of LA news, I want to take a moment right now and give Russell Westbrook the send-off he deserves. 18 seasons, 7 teams, 9-time All-Star, 9-time All-NBA, 1 league MVP, and of course did the thing that everybody thought was impossible since Oscar Robertson did it so long ago. 3 consecutive years of averaging a triple-double, and then after 2 years, did it again for a 4th time with the Washington Wizards. And Russell Westbrook's legacy is going to age like wine, because he had this 90s mindset that is so rare in today's NBA. Nowadays, everyone plays AAU together, or they play college together, or they play at 3 different colleges or 5 different teams, and everyone is so brand conscious, and everyone is friends with each other. Russell Westbrook was great because all he wanted to do was compete. You could have been his teammate last year. If you are opposite of him today, wearing a different uniform today, you are my enemy, and I'm going hard. And that is something that you really don't see in NBA basketball right now. He did not care about making friends. He didn't care what you said about him, what you tweeted about him, all the memes. All he wanted to do was get buckets. He played angry. Also, take a moment to, after you watch that video, go back and look at a story that Kevin Durant tweeted about when him and Russell Westbrook were teammates, and how much admiration he and so many other former teammates of Russell Westbrook had for Russell. That being said, everything that Russell Westbrook did on the court comes so far secondary to who he was off the court. And why many of you don't know about this is because, like I said, he did not care about his brand being forward, about the attention. LA meant so much to him. He is, I believe, born in Long Beach, grew up in Lawndale, went to losing your shout out to the Lou,
yep.
as they say. Went to UCLA, and of course spent time as a Laker and a Clipper. If you meet enough people, you will meet so many who have a Russell Westbrook story. The amount of money and time and attention he put toward undeserved and underrepresented communities, how many things he did that he did not have to do, and didn't expect any applause or attention for it. There's so many stories of staff members of his organization, how the team's sideline reporter would take time off to give birth, and at the hospital when they left, there was a fancy stroller filled to the brim with baby stuff, top of the line stuff. How many staff members on teams that he played for, who their kid would have a 5th grade recital, and Russell Westbrook would just show up. They didn't even tell him that it was happening. He would just show up and be there because of that. He means so much to LA. And I'm excited for years from now when we look back. I firmly believe his legacy will be remembered so fondly. I'll finish with this. My favorite story about Russell Westbrook, if you know very little about him off of the court, because that's kind of how he preferred it. Growing up, he was best friends with a kid named Kelsey Bars III. Both of them high school prospects. They were going to go play in college. Kelsey Bars unexpectedly at a gym one day, he had an enlarged heart. They did not know, and he just dies on the gym floor. Now, Kelsey helped take care of his grandmother, of which him and his sister were in the care of. Kelsey's chores were mainly to take out the trash for his grandma and wash his sister's hair once a week. Kelsey passes. The next Sunday, without even being asked, there's a knock at the door. Kelsey's grandma opens the door, and it's Russell Westbrook, high school Russell Westbrook, there to take out the trash and wash his sister's hair. Like, that's the guy he is. And I urge everyone to take a moment, go watch the video, and give Russell Westbrook the proper send-off, because you do not find basketball players like him anymore. And I don't know if since Kobe Bryant there has been someone who meant more to LA on that basketball court and made sure that LA knew how much it meant to him. And that is the tea for today. Thank you, Russell Westbrook, for an incredible career.
Hermano, excelencia. I'm
Thank you, sir.
1,000% in agreement with you as somebody who had the privilege of broadcasting NBA basketball as a play-by-play man. I got to call so much of what Russell Westbrook did on the duela and pisos brillosos of the NBA. And it all goes back for me. I was covering UCLA basketball when he was coming off the bench.
Wow.
But he was like, you could already see it. There's that maton. And I think since we all have our stories, I don't remember exactly what game it was, but my compañero, my brother, Francisco Pinto, who I worked with for many years, and we did the Lakers together, he had the best comment, man. So Russell Westbrook, again, like you said earlier, he messed around and got a triple-double every single night, right? Yeah. But what was crazy is that he just, the authority, the anger, it was just beautiful. It was a symphony for a play-by-play to just broadcast him playing basketball. And I turned around and look at Pancho Pinto, and he just breaks down, cavernícola salvaje. Like, it's like this primitive caveman, brother. Like, dude, he's just going to destroy because of, like, eat, kill. You know, and that was awesome. And that's why we loved him so much. I mean, look, you mentioned some of this stuff, but the 9-time NBA All-Star, 75th anniversary team, you name it, he's done everything, right? But he was one of the most exciting players every single time. Yes, he was going to miss his shots. Mm-hmm. Everybody misses their shots. Mm-hmm. They have good nights, bad nights. But you can count on Russell Westbrook leaving his soul on the court every single time he was out there. You can never question the man's love for his team, his teammates. You described it beautifully. And as somebody who calls basketball and had the privilege of broadcasting basketball games with Russell Westbrook performing at peak level, hermano, one of the most memorable players so far in my career as a play-by-play man. And yes, give him his flores, one of the best. All that other negative stuff, I always, when I hear it, I'm like, cállense. Yeah. Like, dude, this guy is a maton. Like, he's just awesome. And leave him alone. And the proof is in the pudding and in all of the work. And yes, born and raised in the city of Los Angeles, somebody to be proud of. And all of those little things. I didn't know, like, how you hear stuff when guys are very class, low-key, they don't want the world to know. Mm-hmm. You love them even more because they do it because it's genuine, because it's real, and it comes from the corazón, and not because there might be a camera around. Again, wasn't it John Wooden that said, character's what you do when no one's looking?
Yes, sir.
Period.
Yes, sir. And clearly Russell Westbrook took that to heart. And that's why I always admired his game so much is nowadays NBA players know what their trajectory is when they're 15 years old, right? Because of AAU and travel ball and how early you can get scouted and all that. And because of that, these kids spend their whole lives being superstars. So when they get to the NBA, they're so conscious of where the cameras are, of everything they say. It's so buttoned up, and it was so refreshing to have Russell Westbrook, who, yeah, if a fan says something to me, I'm going to say something back because I take pride in what I do, and you are going to treat me with respect. I don't care if I miss the first 10 shots. I don't care if I get memed. I don't care what jokes you're going to make. I'm out here to compete, and I'm out here to win, and I'm going to play angry. And for whatever it's worth, any tiff he ever had with a fan or a teammate, he eventually was vindicated. I don't know how many examples you can show me. I personally can't think of a single time where he did not have an in front of the scenes or behind the scenes issue with a teammate, and Russell Westbrook was not in the right. He had a moral code that he was not gonna waver for anyone, and I know how much pride UCLA takes in him being an alumni, and I know they're excited to hopefully see him around campus a little more often. Russell Westbrook is truly one of a kind, and I do see Victor Wembanyama taking the torch from him regarding I'm just here to get buckets and play ball. But, of course, Victor has his own path set forward, but Russell just LA through and through. And while the jokes may be thrown around right now, will be remembered properly as the years go by.
And all we have to say is, as broadcasters, a collective, gracias, Russell, for playing basketball the way that you did. All right, take a little break, pause for the cause. When we come back, we're going to round out the Laker drama, Dodgers, and so much more on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
That you should say LeBron doesn't love LA. I didn't even say that you should think what I think about LeBron. I mean, Doug and I disagree on topics. I gave my perspective on a huge news story. I think you called it noise the other day. News story that involves LA, and that's my view. And I'm entitled to it. And the people in LA are entitled for all of us, and if you're doing that, great, to give your honest, unvarnished perspective.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor? So
they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right? Yeah. Then you saw them play the Cavs, and it was like, man, they've struck like this lightning in a bottle. Like, you know when it happens, and you can just see it like, oh, no, something's brewing with them that's different. And, yeah, they found it. But, you know, I find this thing interesting because, to your point, you said you've been in it where people doubted you.
Oh, yeah.
And the reality is we all get mad when people doubt us.
Yeah.
And then we win it and we're like, yeah, you shouldn't have doubted me. But the reality is you never won before. They should doubt us. As an athlete, the competitive fire burning inside of you, you use the doubt as fuel. But the reality is if you're the crazy one if you think you shouldn't be doubted. You haven't done it. And I was the crazy one before as well. Like, no, don't doubt me. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
But
I love it.
It's nothing like proving them wrong.
Be sure to check out the Draymond Green Show, proud member of the Odyssey family. So you have been a part of some of the most talented rosters ever assembled in the NBA. And you look at the Knicks, you got Jalen Brunson, you have Cat, but that is a team that may not necessarily be star-driven. Does the Knicks winning lead you to believe that maybe there's a shift in what roster construction looks like going forward?
There's definitely a shift in roster construction. And even before them winning it, you can see the shift. You know, it's athletic guys, it's a lot of size, it's everyone being able to make a play, not just one or two guys being able to make a play. Being able to what will always be important is having a roster makeup to where you can put out multiple different types of lineups, because different series are going to call for different lineups. And if you're not capable of putting a certain lineup at a certain time, that's going to cost you the series, and that's going to stop your run. And so roster construction has definitely changed over the last couple of years.
that. Eleanor Rigby saw that the Dodgers and Lakers were being all sold. Nobody knows. Hey, that's awesome, Shay. We're on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Yeah, see, I mean, it's the Beatles, man. You know, I know people are going to argue all the time and say, the Beatles, I don't know, they're all burned out. I used to argue with Michael Thompson about this all the time. He's a big Rolling Stones guy. He's like, are you kidding me? The Beatles, the Stones, this. I'm like, Mike, please, brother. I could just put Abbey Road by itself against any Rolling Stones record and I win.
I am biased because I could never get on board with the Stones music. So no argument from me there. I will say I think the best things I ever did from a music standpoint was I want to say I was maybe 2 years out of college, and it must have been the off season because I was definitely at my parents' house, and I just remember having nothing to do and thinking, you know what? I've never properly listened to the Beatles music, and I looked up best 5 Beatles albums, and I listened. I forget which 5 ended up being listed, but immediately I was like, oh. I get it. When I don't let people tell me what music is good, what's overrated, what to listen to, what to not listen to, that really unlocks something in me.
When
and I was
you
like,
let it be.
Oh, you're good.
You're funny,
good,
man. And that's why I always bring up Abbey Road. And I was telling Shay during the break, it's sad, you know, because you think, all right, the music, the foresight, it's all coming together, and then this beautiful record. It starts like with Because, one of my favorite songs. In fact, when you go check out the show in Vegas, which I think they postponed it for a while. They were doing something at the Mirage. I forgot what happened, but the Beatles show, and it properly begins with a Sgt. Pepper-like figure floating in what looks like a cloud in the sky in the center of the stage, and the way that the guy moves to Because.
Wow.
And man, it just blows me away every single time. I mean,
gotta see that.
I can never get tired, and probably the most perfect song ever created and written, Something, is on that record, man. George Harrison, what a genius. All of them. Credit. That's great, Shay. Thank you very much. Now, if you missed any part of the conversation, search Brock and Alex. Wherever you get your podcast, you can catch the full show, individual hours, and all of the biggest moments. In for Alex, I'm AGM, Adrian Garcia Marquez, alongside Broquinho, and he's already spilled the tea, broken down college football for us. And hermano, now it's time to go back into the drama. In fact, since we're on the Beatle topic, Shay, can you play Because for me? If you can find it, because I think it fits here.
Oh, God.
Because of the situation with the NBA pushing back on the Clippers, and it's kind of like it's a sad, beautiful song because Kawhi did what? Investigation.
Oh, I've heard this.
It's a beautiful song, man.
Yeah.
Brock, you've heard most Beatles songs.
Well, no, my point being, this was his favorite song, and now I get to appreciate it with him.
That's it, my brother. This song, when I was a little kid, my mom, she was the one with the great records, right? My mom and dad, I got to give credit to both my parents, but my mom was the one, may she rest in peace, always had that little secret crate of the good stuff, right? Yeah. And then I'm like, I pulled it, and she told me, don't touch those records. First thing I go do. I'm 5 years old. Boom, I pull that record, and it's Abbey Road. I throw it on the record player. That's the first song that comes on board. I went from Sesame Street to Because. Right then and there, man. No more Mr. Rogers.
You became a man.
Man, I was already like, it took my mind into another place, and the marble, the canica has been bouncing ever since. So thank you, Mom, for introducing me to Abbey Road and that song. But now let's go to the Because.
Yes.
Because of everything that's gone on with Kawhi Leonard, the Clippers, the investigation, it took another weird turn. ESPN had reported on Monday, and we were in the middle of the show when all of this happened, that they had not found, the NBA has not found evidence that Steve Ballmer directly funneled money to Kawhi Leonard through Clippers sponsors. Now, that sounds like good news for the Clippers, except the NBA almost immediately came out and said numerous and significant inaccuracies. So now we have ESPN on one side and a very reputable journalist saying this is how it worked out, while the NBA saying, a ver, we're disputing it, an investigation that has already lasted 11 months. Don't jump the gun.
The whole thing is a mess because it doesn't just affect the Clippers, because the Raptors do not want to inherit any punishment that may be handed out to Kawhi, which would be the case. The NBA saying, hey, if you're going to go through with this trade and Kawhi is suspended, he's going to be suspended for your team. If there's financial risk here, the risk for your team as well. It's holding everything at bay. What the Clippers do, what the Raptors do, and what team Kawhi is on, what team Brandon Ingram is on, affects the remaining free agents. There aren't a ton, but Jonathan Kuminga is a starting caliber type player who we are still waiting on, and it's because he wants to figure out where Kawhi is going. So on one hand, you look at Adam Silver and you say, why is this taking you 11 months? Why did a podcaster, Pablo Torre is much more than a podcaster.
More.
I'm just being facetious
but,
here.
But I think, and also coming off of Podcast of the Year.
Podcast
no
of
less,
the Year.
Over the Kelsey Brothers and Company.
He won he won some insane award that will come to me here in a second. But why does an investigative journalist who has a podcast, is a better way of saying it, how is he finding out things so easily, seemingly, that you were not able to find? So it's a rare case where there's so much criticism to be thrown everywhere that I don't know if anyone can come out being the good guy. And if you are a Clippers fan, of course, the most important thing that you care about is how bad is the punishment going to be? Will there be punishment? And is Kawhi being shipped off or not? The fact that we don't have any of those answers and training camp starts a month from now is more than disappointing.
And it's disappointing, you said it, right? For Brandon Ingram and Kawhi Leonard, disappointing because they want to get ready, they want to get installed, their families take care of all of that situation. Because, as an athlete, and you move around or you have to make a readjustment, your family has to readjust. It takes a little bit of time, and until your family's right, you're not right.
Yeah.
And in the case of like Brandon Ingram, for example, I was lucky enough that I was at Lakers still when Brandon Ingram came through. I nicknamed him La Cobrita. Okay. The young Cobra, man. But it was just, and the reason why, because I felt like if there was a player that came into the ecosystem at Lakers at the time that had Mamba mentality, it was Brandon Ingram, and he's shown it. Jerry Stackhouse, as a master Jedi growing up, his dad, one of the great dads in all of basketball because he was hands-on but hands-off at the same time. He raised a strong character young man, and he's kind of just become this excellent player in the NBA. I wish him the best at Clippers now, but it's time to get that taken care of because these guys want to. If we know who they are. They just want to get back to playing basketball.
Yeah,
they don't want any more of the distractions, all that other stuff that's happening outside between the teams, families, whatever, agents, sponsors. Throw it all out the window. Those guys are gym rats. They want to play basketball. Period, and more basketball. Period. Yeah. That's it, and it's time to move on.
It is, man. Like I'm almost at a point where whatever decision you currently have, just say it. Meaning, like, I don't think it is fair to the rest of the league to continue digging, to continue searching. If you have evidence right now, give out a punishment that matches that evidence. If you have no evidence right now, say it's a clean slate and let people move on, because right now you are affecting the livelihoods of so many people. And in regard of just having a fair season for all 30 teams, you cannot let these teams knock on the door of training camp not knowing who is on the team. It just sets everyone up for failure. The Clippers are closer to a rebuild, of course, by sending out Kawhi, but the Raptors were expected to compete in the East, especially if Kawhi is there. You can't hold them hostage. The Lakers are first in line to land Jonathan Kuminga if the Clippers and Raptors can't land. Like, we have to move forward with the season. And Adam Silver, for whatever reason, it took so long to figure this out. But you can't keep dragging your feet. Either give a punishment or don't. People need to move on from this thing.
And then you can't quite move on fully because it involves Intuit Dome as well. For what we've seen with Bongo Wireless being named into this ESPN investigation, examining that deal with Bongo Wireless, which works with Intuit Dome. So many things are affected by what is this investigation and eventual conclusion to everything that has gone on. Now, the biggest development here also is that Ballmer might be cleared, or that the NBA was so aggressive in disputing the ESPN report. I mean, you saw how quickly they knocked that down.
17 minutes, I think it was.
17, you hit it. Yeah, it was 17 minutes yesterday. And then the phrase failure to supervise was used there. Failure to supervise what?
It's such a... There have been so many phrases, from the bus family sibling fight statement to the Shams and Ramona Shelburne ESPN statement to the NBA comms heads. So much ambiguous language regarding, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with that. Is that important? Is it not important? Is it a big deal? Is it not a big deal? But yes, just another ambiguous phrase that I'm not sure what the heck that could possibly mean.
Now, let me ask you this. So let's talk basketball. What does Brandon Ingram, let's say everything falls into place.
Mm-hmm.
How does Brandon Ingram affect the Clippers? I know it's going to be a positive. We know that player. Again, he's raised. In fact, I'll tell you guys this. This is, in fact, now that it comes up, I want to share this because these are those little nuggets, as you shared earlier with Russell. I would speak to his dad, Donald. Again, tipazo, right? Brandon Ingram, Mr. Donald Ingram. And one time I asked him, I'm like, hey, your kid is like, his basketball IQ is like crazy. He goes, man, that kid used to sit at the table, have breakfast, and instead of like other kids would be looking at that cereal box and, you know, following the pattern of like the rabbit from Tricks, where he gets to the maze, or Lucky from Lucky Charms finds the charms at the end of the rainbow, whatever. He didn't look at that. He said he was studying the rule book, the NBA rule book, so he understood, or not all rule book, in other words, overall basketball rule book, to understand the game to that point. While he was a little kid, he was like, well, other kids were looking at comic books. He was studying rules and regulations of basketball. That's the level of IQ that Brandon Ingram brings to the table, and that's why I call him La Cobrita, the Kingston Cobra from Kingston, North Carolina again, and having a Jerry Stackhouse prepare him for an NBA career alongside his family and the support that he has. I think it's a positive. Once all said and done, the Clippers have themselves a hell of a basketball player, man.
They do, man, and a hell of a player to build around. A player who, of course, was wearing a different uniform, but is familiar with Los Angeles, and that brings a sense of comfort, of course. But if the trade goes through and no punishments are handed out and everything's on the up and up, the Clippers starting five: Darius Garland, Keaton Wagler, Brandon Ingram, Derek Jones Jr., and Brook Lopez. Now, Darius Garland.
Brooke.
Yeah, Brooke's still out there, baby.
Man,
He's
Brooke.
still out there.
In fact, can I pause that?
Please,
I love
please.
to share Brook Lopez, man. What a character. And the guy is all about Disneyland and but here's the part we're nerds. You and I and
Yes.
Shay as
Yes,
well.
we
You guys
are.
are going to appreciate this because this has to do with Star Wars. So he understood one time I was messing around and I called him Lobaka, right? Like Chewbacca. There was from the but from the Wookiee family, there was one Wookiee that was Jedi and Force sensitive, right? And his name is Lobaka. And Lopez, Lobaka. Drop it on him, and he understood exactly what the heck I was talking about.
He knew the reference.
To the point where we started talking about comic book nerd stuff. And then he goes, yeah, but I'm always trying to hunt down stuff that no one else has. So I told him, hey, do you know who Calimán is? And Calimán is a comic book hero in Mexico, right? Awesome. And if, I'll leave it up to all of you. Look on Google, his powers. It comes from, he wears a turban and he has this this diamond in the center of his turban.
Okay.
And it gives him these powers, right? He's like a combination of Superman and Batman. And it's just this awesome character named Calimán. And when I told him, his eyes lit up. He's like, and where do I get those? I go, hermano, you can't really find those, but hold my beer. I'm going to find some for you. So I had a buddy in Mexico City hunt those down, and he found classic Calimán comic books. But guess what? Then he was shipped off, moved on. I haven't talked to him since. I'm still holding those Calimán comic books for him.
Oh, you got it.
So when I run into him, here you go, Papa. We're waiting 10 years to give
I'm
these
a man
to you.
of my word.
But yes, man, and that's why always called 3-Point Landia.
Yeah.
The 3-Point Land is like he's got his fast pass to 3-Point Landia as well. Brook Lopez, one of the characters and fun guys to be around in the NBA and Star Wars nerd, Star Wars fellowship.
Thank you for sharing that, man. Love Brook Lopez. Similar to Kike Hernandez, the old guy with the youngest heart. Just a child out there, just enjoying
Just
every
fun to
single
be
moment.
around, man. Fun to be around.
Yeah. So Darius Garland, undersized, but you could do far worse as a point guard, and a guy who you're going to know right away if he's on or not. And the days that he's on, he can go for 30 on you if that 3 shot's falling. But obviously, an undersized guy makes him somewhat of a defensive liability at times. Keaton Wagler out of Illinois, picked number 5 overall, had, you could argue, the best summer league. Maybe he looked great. If the numbers aren't enough, just go back and watch some of those clips. He looks ready to be their starting shooting guard. Brandon Ingram, for such athleticism, for how long he is, to have that level of athleticism, to have such a quick first step. And I still believe, I know he's been in the league a while, probably has fewer years remaining than he's played. I still feel there's something that can get unlocked with him. I feel like every time he arrives somewhere, the stars are almost aligned, but they never align. Everything just falls apart. Totally. So many times he's one teammate away, but then the teammates around him fall. It sounds like I'm making excuses, but it truly has never been his fault. But I'm hoping that the stars can align for him. I'm a big Derrick Jones Jr. fan. I was hoping that the Lakers could snag him, but they weren't able to. And then Brook Lopez, you have Benny Mathurin, Rui Hachimura coming over from the Lakers, and Chris Dunn coming off the bench.
That's a solid squad.
That's solid, man.
That's a solid squad.
That is a solid 8 right there.
Yeah.
And I'm still going to say that there is a gap between them and the Lakers, but I still feel that making the playoffs is absolutely in the Clippers' realistic season. Again, this is all assuming that the Kawhi situation all gets figured out, but you can do a lot worse than that 8.
Yeah, and again, I think Brandon Ingram coming back, when he first arrived on the scene at Lakers, a lot was going on, and it all kind of goes with the topic of the day, right? With the bus situation and where they were at in 2013, 2012 going in, the last of the rosters built by Jim Buss and Mitch Kupchak, and the changes that, it pretty much led to the change by Genie. Wanted something different, brings in Magic and Pelinka, and as they started to process a new era for Lakers post Kobe life, right? Mm-hmm. But it all comes down to where it started back then, and it just kind of leads us. Brandon Ingram, Lonzo Ball, and D'Angelo Russell, all these guys that they threw the, hey, I need you to be the next Kobe, Shaq combo. I need you to have that pressure. Who's going to be Magic? Who's going to be Kareem? Because we have high expectations in L.A. And when Brandon came through, he handled everything nicely. But it was kind of unfair to think the kid was going to turn the whole entire franchise and everything that had happened from the Dwight Howard mess moving forward on the basketball court and ask him to be the one that resolves it all. It was tough. I'm glad he was able to just absorb it all, take his basketball, keep moving, and now he's back in Southern California, and that is a formidable Clipper side. So cuidado, Cobrita is back. 97.1 The Fan in L.A., voice of L.A. Sports. But first, disclaimer, it all has to be settled in the Kawhi 5-0 investigation.
If it ever gets resolved.
If it gets resolved. Pause for the cause. We're going to resolve some other issues, and we're going to talk a little bit more Dodgers, hit the Lakers points, and, of course, news from Chargers camp coming right up on 97.1 The Fan.
People have seen.
There's a new home for LA sports.
On the show yesterday where he was talking about
what?
D-Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening
Are
to the show.
Are you pretending on this show that you speak to Derek Fisher?
He said
when you don't?
something on the D-Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago. But what do you...
I misspoke there, I promise.
What do you mean? But you just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City stuff. Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was so, you know what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like the
Okay.
sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making, though,
To
was
you,
that,
when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man. I'm struggling. Okay,
We're
so
all struggling.
What D-Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's like, I forgive
maybe
you.
the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's
is
a
that
180 attempt.
Maybe
Ain't gonna work.
Maybe
Can't give me
LeBron
flowers after you
wants
slap
to
me.
go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just like lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is,
what's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me too.
Oh, speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I didn't say hanging out.
He's gonna get it.
Oh no,
he's a good producer.
Oh
He knows.
no,
it's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see
Yeah.
Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like the fact check things here on the show. All right. Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about.
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities. And just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you're coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
What about Aaron working out at your facility here at camp? Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or
positives, the Dodgers offense woke up in Colorado. And, of course, you've already spilled some tea and hit some college football, and we've hit Chargers camp. But before we move on and obviously talk a little bit more about the Dodgers, I want to hit Chargers camp again. I know it's going to be Rayo bias here. Okay, puro Charger power. You cut me open, I bleed lightning. Yes. Okay. And Lindsey Payares was out there in El Segundo at the Bolt. And Lindsey, obviously we've received the news, the 3 injuries, guys going down, and Quentin Johnston, Tyler Biadasz, and, of course, Kyle Kennard. But I want to focus, and that was why I was saying, let's focus on the positive right now. I want to focus on what you've been seeing, and have you been impressed by the Rayos being thrown out there by Justin Herbert, Lindsey?
Yeah, the Rayos are looking very good against an opposing defense that is not their own. I would say, joint practice with the Niners today went really, really well for Justin Herbert in the offense. I think he's just looking really comfortable. Year 3 with Ladd McConkey, that seems like a pretty seamless 1-2 punch there. Omarion Hampton was kind of running all over the Niners secondary. A lot of deep completions for Herbert, really, against that Niners secondary. I would say the Niners defensive front did have the O-line's number a few times, but that is to be expected, especially with a pretty significant injury on that line in practice. But I would say overall, we're seeing a lot of positive movement for the Chargers.
And how are tensions, Lindsey? As we always know with joint practices, things can be a little testy, but how did everyone handle themselves this morning?
I would actually say of all the joint practices I've been a part of, because kind of a few at this point, pretty chill. Like I wouldn't even call it a scuffle. Like I know that's the word we throw around a lot. It was like a moment of scuffle during 11-on-11 drills, and it quickly dissipated. I think people were excited to actually, just play in between, play at the whistle. But I think it was pretty chill. I'm actually pleasantly surprised. And that was kind of the feedback I got from everybody else standing on the sidelines. So, yeah, I think everything was very orderly is the way I would describe it.
And orderly, we're on with Lindsey Payares. She's reporting from El Segundo at the Bolt, checking out the Chargers and Niners joint practice as they prepare for a battle on Thursday. Jim Harbaugh said that the starters are going to get a little bit of run on Thursday. They're going to get to kind of get the cobwebs off a little bit there, Lindsey. But just kind of talking about the energy that you see out of Jim Harbaugh in particular. Mike McCoriel, tell us something. I know all eyes are on Mike McDaniel. He's must-see TV out there.
Yeah, I think for him, he has been tasked with completely revamping the Chargers offense, bringing it new life, particularly unlocking Justin Herbert, and you are seeing the beginnings of that. I think especially with the preseason, and we hear it a lot, it's like, yes, the starters will get a few reps on Thursday, but really for them, these joint practices are the most important part. So I think it's very encouraging to see Omarion Hampton running through defenses, Justin Herbert making those quick looks that, that Mike McDaniel wants him to be making. I think he's really hitting his stride in this later portion of training camp. Like you said, dusted the cobwebs off. They're going to get a few more live reps in terms of the starters on Thursday. It's exactly what you want to see from a team at this point in the season. Obviously, for Mike McDaniel, a reunion with his former employer, a little bit of distance there, but there's a lot of respect. And I think, this was a very happy reunion on the football field, I would say. But yeah, I think no scuffles, but a lot of really good energy. I think Chargers fans have a lot to look forward to this season.
Mike McDaniel is not the only new face. Chris O'Leary is the new defensive coordinator. While he has spent time with the Chargers in the past, what can you make of Chris O'Leary so far and the defensive effort out there this morning?
I think the defense they were on the farther field, so I stayed looking mostly at the Chargers offense, but again, fired up. Obviously, I think there's just this energy that's carrying over. And one thing that, obviously Justin Herbert's QB, but he's saying you can only take so many reps against yourself. It really requires a joint practice in order to be able to run full speed, tackle against somebody that's not your own guy. And you could hear the pads going. So lots of good energy, both sides of the ball.
And yeah, Lindsay, and Omar Navarro, who's one of our crack reporters there for the Chargers, he was reporting Khalil Mack and Tuli Tui Plomazo. Okay, I know it's Tui Pulonto, but Plomazo's like a shotgun blast because that's what he is coming at the QB, and it's pretty scary. But guys like Delshon Phillips, who I like a lot, you see them emerging. Eric Rodgers just stepping up. It's going to be a battle. Again, we've been talking about this all morning, Lindsay, iron sharpening iron. And Jim Harbaugh is taking this team, the leadership, with the Mike McDaniel and Chris O'Leary on the other side. They're primed and ready to, I'm saying it, for a Super Bowl run here, no? It looks like it. The energy's there.
I love the optimism. They will have to figure out the offensive line. I did want to give an update about that because obviously that's very integral to Justin Herbert and the offense's success. Tyler Biadasz obviously went down during practice, was carted off. Haven't heard any updates on him, but we heard from Justin Herbert and Jake Slaughter, who took over at center, and Jake Slaughter said absolutely gutted. It hurt him to see like the mentor, one of the anchors of the offensive line, go down. So everyone's just kind of hoping and praying that, the injury is not serious. It happened during an 11-on-11 drills, and obviously that is going to be a significant blow, especially as the Chargers are trying to figure out their left guard situation, and now have had to have their rookie, who's doing a good job, Jake Slaughter, step in and take a significant amount of reps with the first-team offense.
And Lindsay, for everybody to follow you, drop your redes sociales. Let them know how to.
Mis redes sociales, yeah, at Lindsay Payares TV. It's pretty much the same across all the platforms. I am jumping around all the different teams in LA, trying to get you guys boots on the ground reports. So give me a follow if you want some more sports info.
Gracias, Lindsay.
You're the best. Thank you.
That's it. The report from Charger Camp from Lindsay Payares. And, we move from her handle to Sharania handle. Hermano, a statement from Jim, Johnny, Janie, Joey, and Jesse after attorney of Jeannie Buss made clear she will battle for that remaining 17.8% Lakers ownership stake. The Lakers have, again, this is his tweet, have never been just a basketball team. They have been one of the greatest privileges of our lives. Our focus has always been on what we believe is best for the Lakers, the fans who have supported this franchise and generations, and the greater Los Angeles community. Johnny, Jimmy, Janie, Joey, and Jesse have made the decision to sell the family's remaining stake, and we remain united in that decision. We intend to move forward thoughtfully, respectfully, and through the appropriate process. We have tremendous respect for Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, believe they understand what the Lakers represent to Los Angeles and our incredibly loyal fan base. We are confident they will honor everything this franchise stands for while building upon the foundation our father created.
So what we have here is a classic sibling rivalry, just with billions of dollars at stake. So what Jeannie is fighting for, let's start there. So Jeannie has it written into the trust that she will basically be the face of the operation. When Jerry Buss passed on, Jeannie was not the oldest, but she was the one that he appointed as all of you are going to have roles, but Jeannie is the one. She is going to be the face of this thing going forward, and she needs to approve any big decisions that get made. Mark Walter, when the Buss family initially sold the team, said he was going to honor that, and she would remain the governor. And it is being reported that even from Mark Walter's sale to Iger and Kushner, Jeannie was still going to remain the governor. Now, what does a governor do? All 30 NBA teams have a governor, which means anything that they need the owner's input on, it is the governor who officially sends the vote, who represents the team at the owner's meeting. So essentially, Mark Walter, or I guess now Iger and Kushner, thank you, would say, we don't want to meet in Chicago, so Jeannie's going to go and vote for us. They vote on CBA proposals. They vote on rule changes. They vote on things like that. You have to have at least 15% ownership to be appointed governor. You don't have to be the majority owner, which of course the Buss family no longer is, but you have to have at least 15%. So Jeannie is saying, obviously, by giving up all of their percentage and ownership, she legally could not be the governor, even if the new ownership wanted that. So that's where we stand here. And Adrian, I wonder how much of this is just, we talk about how the Lakers being a family business is what made it so special. I wonder if the other side of that is, I believe all the siblings are somewhere in their 50s or 60s, yeah, we have all the money in the world, but if you're Jeannie Buss, you're saying, well, I don't want to do anything else because I've never done anything else. Now, again, I'm Team Jeannie. I think a Buss family member needs to have a % stake in this no matter what. But maybe, I wonder, now that I think of this, how much of this is just Jeannie saying this is the only thing I've ever done and this brings me more joy than anything, and this was the thing that my father handed down to me, and therefore I feel more attached to it than you guys because I was chosen.
Now, let me ask you this. So when you look at it, right? So let's just say in that world that she was already in, you have 15%, you're the governor. How much real power is that, though? Is it ceremonial?
It's ceremonial.
So you want the Buss name to stay attached, but if it doesn't happen, I think that's where, the Laker fans are divided right now. They want to move forward. They want to hope, just like with that statement from the Buss family, non-Jeannie Buss family, mentioning, what we have all of the confidence in the world in what Kushner and Iger are going to do and with their vision, and that they understand. They were key words. They understand what the Lakers mean to L.A. We talked about it yesterday. What do the Lakers mean to L.A.? Well, chasing championships. This is not a restaurant. This is not some kind of internet company. This is the Lakers. Yeah. And you have to chase the championships. You have to serve the fan base that has been loyal for almost 50 years. In other words, loyal longer than that. But I'm talking about just the Buss years close to 50. So we're talking about just so much more at stake with the legendary status of the Lakers, but what is the family and what it represents. And do you need a Buss family member to still remain as part of the ceremonial part of it? Or if it's only ceremonial and it's not any real power, she can get, in this case, it's just going to be her. There's an override, right? Like up top, they're like, yeah, Jeannie, thank you, but nah, we have a different vision. Guys, but, in my dad's legacy, we've always done, yeah, I know, but we're changing that legacy. We don't know if that's going to happen or how that process is going to work. We have no idea who Kushner is going to be and how Bob Iger is going to be, inside of this Laker world now that they've been attached to it after, purchasing. But so much of this leads us to Laker fan himself and all of the Laker fanaticas. Do you still show up? Do you still believe? Do you still feel it's the same place you've been going to for years and hard-earned money, being paid for those tickets? Do you feel that team has your best interest in mind now moving forward? Or do you really, truly need a ceremonial Buss, in this case, Jeannie Buss, to be part of it for you to still feel attached to it? Or clean break, like, people have been stating over these last 24 hours, just let them go. Let it be. And we move on to what's the future of Lakers, and you hope for the best.
Yeah, it is entirely ceremonial. Even when she had the 15%, well, still does legally, as a governor. She's going to represent the Lakers, but she's voting for whatever the ownership says to vote for, right? Like she's not necessarily giving her input here. It is entirely as a Laker fan saying, someone who has been here from day one, of course, being when Jerry Buss first bought the team, not when the Lakers were in Minnesota. But someone here is still attached, and it is easier to, I wouldn't even say they're accepted yet, but it's easier to acknowledge new ownership with someone with the last name Buss, at least with a desk in the office somewhere, even if she doesn't actually have any power at that desk. So yes, it is entirely ceremonial. I hate how this is going to be played out publicly. Jesse and Joey, the two younger brothers who have been most publicly at odds with Jeannie, are kind of using Shams and have over years to kind of be the mouthpiece of their interests and leaking stories and stuff like that. And it's clear the play here is we're going to keep releasing statements until Jeannie feels bullied to back down. And I hate that we have to sit here and be witness to that. But it looks like that's going to be their strategy going forward.
And again, their statement, according to Shams, the Lakers have never been just a basketball team. They have been one of the greatest privileges of our lives. Our focus has always been on what we believe is best for the Lakers, the fans who have supported this franchise for generations, and the greater Los Angeles community. Johnny, Jimmy, Janie, Joey, and Jesse have made the decision to sell the family's remaining stake, and we remain united in that decision. We intend to move forward thoughtfully, respectfully, and through the appropriate process. We have tremendous respect for Bob Iger and Josh Kushner and believe they understand what the Lakers represent to Los Angeles and our incredibly loyal fan base. We are confident they will honor everything this franchise stands for while building upon the foundation our father created. So, you know, again, Laker fans are hoping for the best scenario possible moving forward because L.A. and Lakerlandia is all about putting championships up there, banners at Kobe Dojo, and the mission has to remain the same. But we have to ask, because just because you're a businessman and because you made money and you were successful doesn't mean that you can just jump right into the NBA, for example, take ownership of a crown jewel that is the Lakers, and think that that's going to translate to immediate success. And what happens when the bottom line gets hurt? What decisions are going to be made if it's a group of like corporate types making that final decision and not the familia?
Handle with care. All you can ask is handle with care and figure this out as quickly as possible, because 2 years from now, Luka Doncic can opt out without any strings attached. And if this team is still under the level of chaos that it's currently under, I can see Luka saying, I'm going elsewhere. So they're up against the clock. I hate how ugly this is inevitably going to get, but I am going to be wearing my Lakers purple and gold here in a little over a month when they take the court for the first time on Halloween. I just hope that dark cloud, as you mentioned yesterday, has dissipated in some way by then.
All right, we will see. But we are on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, breaking it all down. When we come back, we talk about Los Dodgers because they broke out finally. Got the bats going, that and so much more. Recta final, final run on the way back. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of Los Angeles sports.
It is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off, but not.
John Elmore. I am obsessed with this dude. Oh my God. If you have not looked up John Elmore, 30-year-old G League vet who's still fighting for a spot. He's playing for the Lakers right now in the Summer League, and he looks like my IT guy's stepfather. Follically challenged, but really rocking the skullet like it's no big deal. I love this cat.
Watching a veteran guy play in the summer or like in the preseason, it's so remarkably refreshing. You can see how much they understand about the game compared to, even in a lot of ways, the more talented or more dynamic players that are younger than them or just coming into the NBA. It's fun to watch guys that just understand how to play basketball, especially below the rim guys that are just out there straight old schooling it.
You probably learn a lot from a cat like that.
Definitely do.
Yeah.
It's good that he's getting an opportunity to just go out and show, guys at every level, age or whatever can play basketball. If they're playing in the summer or they're on a G League team, they can play. Yeah, I'm sure there's some guys in the minor leagues that may not ever get a call to the big club.
It's tough.
But they can play baseball.
What would it take for like a guy like John to ever get like his real NBA opportunity? Obviously, most likely won't happen with the Lakers and this team, but like who's to say like a Utah Jazz or a team that's like in the bottom tier of the league all of a sudden like, let's just bring this guy up for a month.
For a guy like John Elmore, it's tough, man. 30-year-old guard, point guard. Like you're just not even fast enough.
It's going to be a damn good coach though.
Well, hopefully, if he wants to coach. If he wants to coach, we'll see.
He wants, of course. I want him to live all his dreams. I can't stress that enough. I see a lot of myself in John Elmore.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, "Good series," after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, "Be well, thanks for understanding." He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just got emotional again thinking about it. That's awesome. I think sometimes as a competitor, like, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy. Yeah. And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, like, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore. Like it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And, you know, playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was. And, you know, I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman, what was this, 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago?
Yeah, and that's
this
what he
is
remembers.
a person
That's
that was in that
pretty
building
amazing.
as well and saw you run down there, and Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson, it's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's awesome. Thank you. This surgery might have saved Blake Snell's career. You have to understand, when you talk about losing feeling in your fingers, that is a bigger problem than you actually think. Remember the manufactured controversy of the sticky stuff that we were dealing with? That was a very manufactured thing. Now, were players using spider tack and things like that? Yes. Have they always used spider tack and things like that? Yes. Why do they use that? Because it limits the amount of pressure you need to put on the baseball, which actually helps your health. Tommy John surgeries are not because you're throwing your elbow out. Tommy John surgeries is because there's a connective chain from your UCL directly to your fingertips, and there is a direct correlation on the pressure you put on the baseball down into your elbow, which is completely unprotected the way you throw a baseball. So you take away the sticky stuff, you have to add more pressure on the baseball to get the same amount of movement. There you go. Tommy John surgery spike up. Now, put yourself in a position that you're a professional major league pitcher and you can't even feel your fingertips on the baseball.
Crazy.
You don't actually know the pressure that you're putting on the ball completely. That's going to lead to a devastating elbow injury that could easily derail the career of Blake Snell. Luckily, he's got paid all this money, but I can't stress this enough. Blake Snell wants to be on the mound. So this surgery cured like 9 ailments all in one. The finger situation, and it cured a shoulder situation. By the way, when you hear shoulder with a pitcher, that usually means their career is over. I can't wait to see what he can do coming back. I'm expecting a good outing. Blake Snell's expecting to dominate, and that's why I love Blake Snell.
If that is the reason why he ultimately decided to sell his majority stake in the Lakers, because he had to get some liquid, right? To get some money to get out of that, that's one thing, right? And sometimes, look, you got to sell the house to pay the mortgage. I get it. But if you're taking that face value and it's not about that, and it's just about the fact that he wanted to sell the Lakers for a profit, that to me doesn't make a lot of sense. Because as you just pointed out, this is a guy that already owns the Dodgers. This is a guy that's worth over $7 billion. This is a guy.
It's been a good day.
It has.
And again, I got to thank you again. In for Alex Curry, I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez alongside the great Broquinho, Brock Vereen, and obviously Shay and toda la familia. Andrew, thank you guys for having me. It's been a pleasure, and just I've had a blast these last couple of days, and now we get recta final, which now I'm sad. But not like Gabriel Garcia Marquez, you know, the great poet said, don't be sad because it ended. Be happy because it happened. So here we are.
There you go. Now, because, again, you are too humble for your own good. Can you please let the people know where you will be this football season, this basketball season, the rest of the baseball season, soccer season? Let the people know.
Con gusto. The baseball season, it's kind of like a question mark pending because there are things in movement with Fox Deportes. I don't know if there's going to be in October for me with Fox Deportes. Have called, 12 World Series, 18 All-Star game for them. So thank you, Fox Deportes. If this is the end, my only friend, if that's the end, está bien. It's been a good run, but I am fortunate enough to be La Voz de los Chargers in Español, so we'll be doing the Chargers. I do San Diego FC Football in English for KFMB. I work for CBS Paramount. I do Liga MX for them on the Golazo Network. So that's pretty much where I'm at, and I added a little WNBA to the mix. I've been working with Amazon Prime, so I'm back on it next week with them.
Okay, I didn't know that.
It's been a little bit of a run. I've been very, very fortunate, and I always take everything. I take nothing for granted, and I give and pour my soul into whoever gives me the opportunity. And that's why when you guys give me the opportunity to come in, step in for the great Alex here and join you on the show, Brock, I was all in, and it's been a pleasure, hermano.
It has been a pleasure, my friend. The pleasure is truly ours. And I'll let some people into a little bit of inside baseball, we'll call it. Over the past 2 days, between breaks, we've been talking Mexican history. You've been giving me restaurants. You've been giving me tips on what to look for when I walk into a Mexican restaurant. Thank you so much. This guy is LA through and through, San Diego born, but you know it all, man. And the privilege has been ours.
Thank you, brother.
You're the GOAT.
Thank you.
You're the GOAT.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it, guys, and the good energy. So let's close it out, right? We want to talk Dodgers baseball because the good feeling is back. The Batazos were back, Brock. Colorado, 11-5 win, series opener. Now, Eric Lauer, you are up, Papa, after Blake Snell facing Ryan Feltner. What are you expecting out of the Dodgers at Coors Field, or as the great, and I don't know, can I say the great Jim Rome used to call it Coors Canaveral?
Eric Lauer on the mound. And I, again, expect the Dodgers offense to be electric, so much so that Eric Lauer can pitch stress-free, knowing that those runs are expected to come in bunches. As everyone who watched the game last night knows, all you got to do is get the ball in the air, and gravity takes care of the rest over there at Coors. But Lauer's always fun because of the different element that he brings, whereas he's a pitcher of a bygone era. He's not a velo guy. He is a placement guy. I could say he throws a 77-mile-per-hour curveball. There are high school pitchers who can do that, but he can place it with such pinpoint accuracy. He will draw.
Kershaw.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, by the way, who you were talking earlier, and I almost forgot. I'm glad you brought that up. Do you know that Kershaw was the center on the high school football team for the quarterback Matt Stafford?
For Matthew Stafford.
So you were talking about
right.
like
that
in college and high school, like guys that kind of play all line and then they get bigger.
Yes.
But yes, the great Clayton Kershaw was a center.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And they did great things out there in Texas. So Lauer is all about placement. And I love watching him because he's not a strikeout guy. He's a weak contact guy. It's impossible to hit his pitches up high into the air. It's always weak contact. It's always on the ground. And it's, we talked about Russell Westbrook before and how he's a basketball player of a bygone era. Lauer is a pitcher of a bygone era. But I expect the offense to back him up. As a reminder, the last time Lauer was on the mound, he went 6 1/3 innings, 6 strikeouts, 2 runs, but only 1 earned run and 4 hits. He had a slow start, so if there's anything to critique and what to look for Lauer, just come out the gates hot. But again, we are expecting the team that put up 11 runs yesterday to put up plenty of runs today as well. He can go out there and be stress-free, and really, I'm not concerned about the Dodgers winning the game. My bigger concern is, can we get something out of Kyle Tucker, get something going, and when that 9th inning comes around and the Dodgers have a lead, can Edwin Diaz start to put some solid innings together?
We want Edwin Diaz to become Edwin Buenas Noches, right? To just finish it off and end it. Now, they face Ryan Feltner, 5.59 ERA. So could have him, it's the other way, right? Instead of sundown, we could have had him. No, you could have him because Shohei Ohtani woke up as well. I mean, they all broke out of the slump. It felt like all at the same time, minus Kyle Tucker, who's still working through some stuff. But having Shohei Ohtani go 4 for 5 and hit a couple of bombs, El Sol del Béisbol is back and humming. And when he's going right and the Dodgers are going right, hitting gets contagious, and Freddie Pesadillas is doing his thing. Hermano, get ready, buckle up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The biggest thing for the Dodgers, really for any baseball team, but that the Dodgers showed last night is what do the bats look like when you got runners in scoring position? And for the Dodgers last night, it was 5 for 16. For those doing math, that's almost batting 300 with runners in scoring position. It is almost impossible to lose when you can get the bats hot at the right time. And yeah, no, you bring up a good point, because Dave Roberts caught a lot of flack 2 years ago when he first came over and bat Shohei first, because the baseball analytics lords, as they may be, all still hate that move to this day. But it really shows itself when he's having a great day, and the contagious aspect of him being up there first and setting the tone and just letting everyone know this is going to be a good day. And I love more than him hitting home runs, I love the effect it has on the rest of the lineup when he can get up there and set the tone right away.
Yeah, because Pages joined the party, Muncy, El Chamuki Betts was back at it. So, yes, get ready, and it was a good day for the Dodgers. They want to continue that against the Rockies, build momentum to close it out, and leave all of that negative energy that was happening over these last couple of weeks. Yeah, end it there. It was the Get Right series. That's what we were calling it. So, let's see how they continue. Well, Brock, again, un placer,
it was an
hermano.
honor, sir.
Honor was all mine. Shay, thank you very much. And to all of the team here at The Fan, and Alex Curry, thank you for the opportunity as well. The voice of LA Sports, 97.1 The Fan. Keep it moving.